The Continent of Steel is a mature-rated Pokemon tabletop campaign taking place in the PMD universe. It uses the Pathfinder 2e system as well as Side Effects custom module, the Pokefinder Exploration Society mod. The campaign is played and streamed on my Twitch, twitch.tv/Abra. About 100 years ago, a small fleet of ships from the Grass Continent set out. Their mission was to discover new lands and opportunities. About 2 months into the voyage, fighting through heavy storms, they found new land. This land was strange to the Pokemon, and under its surface lay a powerful secret. Metals so hard and pure they were a geological mystery. Now Pokemon from all over flocked to this new land, known as the Continent of Steel. The last time we let off the Continent of Steel campaign, our party had a intense discussion, and Volna had stepped away to begin working on something in the forge. We join Volna as they start to work on what they were working on.
So, at this point in time, the what's being worked on is just a kind of a nondescript chunk of metal. But while hammering away at it to bring it more into shape, Volna, being Volna, begins speaking to the air about what happened the previous day. So we started the day in the actual mystery dungeon itself, leading to one of the local tribes to try and enter negotiation talks regarding the farmland, and we had a whole intense discussion prior to that, but afterward, we continued on our way, found a chunk of ore, and then Artomas and I got jumped by a Vulpix. And during that time we were getting jumped by the Vulpix, there were 4 other Pokemon sleeping in the room. That Saphira, I understand, trying to help us and everything, I awoke, except for one Shinx. That Shinx slept like a log for most of it. Got through that. Maybe traumatized that Shinx after it woke up. I tried apologizing later, but it's future things. Made our way to the main camp of the tribe. Explored a little bit. Spoke to the leader, who was a Miltank, who was going to fight us with her consorts, I guess, and a child. Because there was a Cleffa there.
You're hammering away at it. They're just trying to talk to yourself. You notice the metal is slowly shaping into the form that you want, each hit getting it closer and closer to your desired form.
Fantastic. I decided to challenge the matriarch. We'll call her the matriarch, sure, why not? To a trial by combat, and I was expecting, actual combat. We had an arm wrestling contest. I was not prepared initially for the arm wrestling contest, but things eventually turned in my favor due to shenanigans from the small child. Not the one with the gun, the other small child, the Cleffa. Yeah. Did that, got her to agree to come to town for negotiations. Came back, reported everything to the mayor. We have a house now. I'm in the house of obviously I'm in the forge. Of course I'm in the house. You underhead.
As you double back on your words for a moment, you notice the shape kind of get a little misformed, your self-doubt in your speaking expressing itself through your hands, but you're getting close to finished with whatever you're working on.
Anyways, then I learned some things that maybe I shouldn't have about some of our compatriots, some of my compatriots. Yeah, I may have pressed issues a bit too much. That's kind of my bad. And that's why I'm here making this hammer. Slowly but surely making this hammer. Because I feel bad about forcing Artemis to reveal something and do things that they didn't want to. And I feel like an ass for pushing that on them against their will.
As you hammer away, continuing to explain the last day to yourself and to the hammer that you make, you slowly get the final strikes. As the hammer becomes complete in your hands. It feels like it's got a good weight. The metal's strong. It's not your finest work, but it'll do for what you want it to do.
Excellent. Volna at this point will take the time to take a nail, basically, and heat it up in the forge, and then use that to engrave something into the hammer, into the handle of the hammer.
All right. Do you want to say what you're engraving, or will you?
Not yet.
Okay. Are you done for the evening? Will you be packing up at this point?
At this point, yeah, Volna will leave the hammer where it is, and make their way back to their room.
All right. As you do so, you head back to bed for a night. Not quite sure what to do at this point as the evening drags on. The various members of the various teams sat away in their beds, stewing for the night. At this point, Senna, would you like to read a summary of downtime?
As the professor and Sapphira stayed in the marketplace, Ember returned to their shared room to go into his room. He brought out some of his personal effects to make the space his own. He paused on a piece of paper before quietly asking for help to be strong for the group as he gazed at it. He then placed the paper on the dresser with the rest of the personal items, hiding it carefully, and climbed into the bed to lay down. Artemis, meanwhile, awoke from his nap, once more back to his normal self, the yellow glow having faded from his form. The feelings from the previous events washed over him, and he felt a need to relieve his mind from thinking about them. So, quietly, he exited his room and the house to go to the tavern without anyone noticing. Anyone, that is, save a little mote of fire. Artie made his way through the marketplace to the tavern, where he found the Geologist Guild, Abby, and Tessa at a table together, while Jack and Marcus were at the bar. The ones at the table were trying to figure out what other tasks they needed to send the group to investigate, both to see what else needed the most help, as well as to take their minds off the following day's negotiations that were weighing heavily on them. When Artemis joined them, they decided it was time to relax from that work and try something else. Abby introduced Artemis to a tabletop game called Pathfinder, which the group enjoyed. The cracking sound you hear is the fourth wall straining upon itself. Don't worry about that right now. Tessa expressed continued apologies for causing Ember concerns, stating her wish to apologize to him in person for her eagerness to connect with someone else connected with the spiritual world like herself. Artemis assured her that she just needed to remain patient and let Ember take his time to warm up to her and trust her. The group expressed enthusiasm for the house party that was going to happen following negotiations, before Abby expressed a desire to hear stories and have a drink to loosen up. Artemis went to a bar to grab himself and Abby a drink, light ones, as Abby didn't drink often. There he met Joan, who was quick to express her happiness that a handsome lad like Artomus was at the bar again, flustering the poor Lucario. Marcus and Jack also greeted Artomus, praising his group for getting stuff done despite the politics and red tape they find so distasteful in town, openly warning Artie about Abby and her group for creating such limitations. When Artie returned with the drinks, Abby seemed a bit more withdrawn, so he and the rest of the group gently comforted Abby and helped to dispel her worries. The group shared stories, and Artomus contributed stories from his time with the guild. Abby felt it was a good time to head home. Before Abby felt it was a good time to head home. Wow. Abby was clearly inebriated, a bit of a lightweight, so Artomus and Tessa both escorted Abby to the town hall. Abby gave a bit of a flop hug to Artie as she thanked him affectionately, and Artie, flustered again, returned the hug happily.
Thanks for being my homie.
If the professor would have seen this, well, let's just say that if Peridot found a way to harness the motion of his wiggling eyebrows, he could power the city for an entire year. In the meantime, in the marketplace, Professor Crust let Saphira in on his desire to make apple cider for the group and asked her to accompany him to the general store for groceries. Saphira had never heard of apple cider, so, being the gentleman that he is, the professor let her know what apple cider was, exciting the Venipede at the delicious treat they were to make. Once they had finished shopping for ingredients and a stock pot, Professor Crust offered to let Saphira ride upon his shell to rest her tired legs, since his youngest daughter often did the same. Saphira accepted, and while she rode on his shell back to their home, the professor told her all about his daughters, expressing how much he missed them. Saphira offered to help by waking him up like his daughters used to, and the professor accepted the offer, practically seeing her as family almost immediately. After the pot of apple cider was set to simmer all night, Saphira asked him to read her a story like he did for his daughters as well. So, the professor led Saphira to her room, tucking her in and reading her a story until she was asleep. He wished her good night and left her room to go sleep in his own room, feeling like a happy grandfather. A short time later, Artomus arrived back home feeling much better and a bit buzzed, and headed to his room. There, he realized he wasn't alone, noticing Blaze was there, whom he greeted. The two spoke for a time about the evening, hanging out a bit, before Artomus made a slip of the tongue, implying he saw more than simply Blaze and Ember. This seemed to create some tension between himself and Blaze, and therefore Ember, which Artomus apologized for the misunderstanding from his powers playing tricks on him, not intending offense. This resolved the tension without incident, but did end the conversation between them. They bid each other good night, and Blaze vanished, leaving Artomus alone in his room. As Artomus agonized over his potential misspoken words, trying to relax the worries that plagued him, Ember quietly left the home on business he had to attend to. As the dawn rises on the new day, the negotiations and house party loom ahead, the whole town abuzz with trepidation and excitement.
Professor,
Yes, that is me.
will you be waking Saphira up in the way that you do? Or Saphira, will you be waking Professor up? Apologies. Also, Toby, can I have you roll a d20?
Sure, of course.
Yes, sorry. My heart was actively melting listening to that sentence. Jesus Christ.
Ah, Toby. I need to pause the music for this. This is important. You finally hit it.
Hit it hard.
Toby, you hear something in your mind as you sit in that state between deep sleep and the living world, the waking world. It feels like a voice that's feminine, a voice calling out, "Help! Help! Help!" The voice crashing louder and louder and louder until it suddenly stops, and your eyes shoot awake as you lay in bed. You can barely even remember what the voice sounded like, though it was just seconds ago.
What on Arceus' name was that dream?
You look over and see your little friend looking at you. Curious. Not quite sure.
So I'm guessing that's as confusing to you as it is to me, little guy. Here I thought maybe that would have been you or something. Okay. That's just yet another thing for me to research on top of the pile. Goodness.
As you do, slowly, the morning rises. Saphira.
Hello.
Well, it's morning, and you have your end of the bargain to hold up.
Yep. Saphira practically leaps out of bed with a lot more energy than she did last night, and she goes running to the professor's room, banging on the door as loud as one can, trying to get inside.
Can I have you roll a athletics check against the door to see if
Sure.
everyone else hears it?
Sure, hang on, let me... You said athletics, correct?
Yep, if it's a 17 or higher, everyone can clearly hear it throughout the house.
That's a no.
No, but Artie can hear it.
Professor, it's morning!
She's doing it again.
Oh, good morning, Saphira. I see you, took my words to heart.
What, you really think I'm not gonna hold up my end of the bargain after the fun time we had last night?
Well, it is appreciated. Let us go prepare breakfast.
Of course!
She practically jumps off his bed and scuttles off to the kitchen.
Everyone else, you're waking up? Anything that you'd like to do as you slowly gather in the living room for the day ahead?
Well, Toby's morning routine would probably be a little bit disturbed, and so would not be running out immediately to perform jogging as part of his morning preparation to prepare spells, quote unquote. Will instead just remain for some time actually in his room. Probably would be the last to show up to breakfast.
Alright, everyone's heading down to breakfast. And you can gather up at the dining room table if you'd like.
Good morning, Ember.
Good morning. Hope you're doing okay.
Yeah, I'm doing alright. Artie's actually going to be holding a book in his paw as he is walking towards the table.
Oh, there's two embers.
Oh, what?
This is ridiculous! No, there's two of them!
Oh, I didn't notice until you said something. I thought my glasses were dirty.
No, it literally happened as I was walking.
Is this supposed to happen, Ember, or is this a token thing? Ember?
I can't believe Ember shadow cloned.
I was trying to get Hood off token and have made it even worse.
Shadow clone jutsu. I didn't
we
know that's
go.
what something ghosts could do.
Good place to start would be deleting those two and then dragging out the new one.
Yep.
Like on your character sheet, there's a thing called prototype token, because
Yep.
you can have multiple
Yep.
tokens for the same sheet.
I modified it, but it's not working.
I can try to do it on
it's a
my
little
side.
weird. It's a little weird to do. I managed to get mine to eventually work.
There it goes. Alright, I had to do it on my end. Alright,
Thank you.
no problem. Alright, everyone's slowly gathering up for the table. Artie, I believe you had something you wanted to do this morning.
As things are getting set up around the table, Artie's going to reach into his pack and pull out the last bit of cupcakes that he had remaining from before and just kind of place them at each spot on the table.
The guidance cupcakes. Eating one of these cupcakes will give you a +2 bonus to one skill check throughout the day. You get to choose where you put it, but you must put it on before you roll the die.
And these are the last 6 I have, so... Good morning, Toby.
Why am I the last one awake? That's not normal. My head kind of hurts.
Maybe your body just needed it then. Sometimes it be like that. Your body knows what it needs.
Toby would probably actually sit down at the table and just stay there lost in thought. Not sure if he should bring up those dreams he had. Probably it would just be strange and there's not much anyone else could do about it, so for now, he would keep quiet.
How are things over in the kitchen?
Well, with the professor seeing everybody gathering at the table, he would look back at everyone and ask, I started cooking before actually asking. Does anybody have any particular dietary restrictions?
No pineapple, everything else I'm good.
Alright, hold the pineapple berries. That shouldn't change anything. Alright, Miss Saphira, while I am preparing the batter for breakfast, would you kindly, dice up some apples into very small slices, into small pieces?
Of course, Professor!
Saphira, may I have you make an attack roll on the apples just to make sure you're good at chopping them? Professor, can I have you do a crafting check?
Wait, what attack would I use?
A melee.
I mean, you do have,
Do you have
knife.
a dagger?
Do you have a knife? Yeah.
Alright.
If you have a dagger, you can use that in this situation to attack the apples.
That do be a knife.
Oh no!
Oh, Jesus!
You are not great at chopping up apples. You are much more used to the Venipede way of consuming apples, of just sticking your snoot in there and sucking out the delicious apple juice on the inside like it's a juice box.
Fruit leather!
Yep.
I'm gonna attribute that to Saphira is not as awake. Oh my god!
no.
Professor!
Oh dear.
Professor!
There's some trouble in the kitchen.
Reminder for those in chat, you can give the party a reroll, or you don't! You don't have to give them a reroll in this situation!
No! Chat, I'm begging you, let us keep this. It's funny.
Professor, you are making an absolute mess in there! You both are definitely doing something. Not quite sure what, but it's certainly something. This breakfast is certainly, going along. Instead of flour, you've decided that, for the pancakes, instead of regular flour, we'll use this bread flour, I guess. It's what we have. And so they start to form, and they're a bit more doughy than usual. They're almost hard to chew through. In fact, they are hard to chew through. It's like trying to eat a shoe.
First time cooking in a new kitchen, I suppose. Perhaps we should, visit Clover for some baked goods, or head to Jones.
Are you?
That may be the better idea.
Are we
This is my
skipping?
first time cooking in a kitchen, period.
So, cooking has gone so poorly, you're going to get breakfast in town. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Please. Okay. Are you guys just going to head out? Can I have everyone make a perception check before you all head out?
Oh my god, that couldn't have gone worse.
That could have
Please
gone
don't
better.
everyone.
Also, yes, the cupcakes. You have the cupcakes at least.
Oh yeah, we do. Yes, perception check, you said?
Eat your
For
goddamn cupcakes.
Everyone roll perception.
Is this for like an auditory thing?
This is
my
this
God.
is a visual thing, and also a scent-based thing. Well, Saphira, thank goodness you noticed. You left the stove on before you all were about to head out.
Oh, Jesus! Sweet
What the hell are you all doing?
I was just about to ask, please tell me you actually put out the fire.
Saphira goes running back inside to turn it off.
Oh. I can't believe you guys were making cereal and somehow lit the cereal on fire. Like that level of disaster in the kitchen.
It's like that one episode. It's like that one My Little Pony episode where Sweetie Bells puts cereal and toast on fire.
How do you burn foods that you don't even have to cook? I don't understand.
Look, I was actively trying to cook things. I do apologize.
All right, so
Emperor is just like, he's always kind of a moody boy, but this is a powerful soul. This is like cartoon head in hands. Like, Jesus Christ, what are you people doing?
Y'all burnt the water.
I believe you burnt the water.
Completely speechless and just wordlessly waves his hand, casting guidance on the both of them, just so they can get out of the house carefully enough.
I have eat fire. I'm gonna go walk over to the kitchen and do eat fire on it. Just like, nope, you're all canceled. Fuck you.
So you literally walk over there like Bowser, just start slurping in the fire, and just pound your chest a couple times to be like,
"Yep,
no, we're going to the bakery.
We're going to the bakery. You're all grounded from kitchen."
All right.
Just in case you need to roll to get out of the house. God damn.
All right. Breakfast is canceled. Are you guys heading to the tavern or the bakery for
Everybody
breakfast?
out breakfast is canceled.
Well, we already have some sweet goods that I've given to everybody, so tavern might be better for actual food, I would say.
I do not have the tavern ready, but we can kind of ad-lib. Let me head on over there.
It's not like we're going to be there long.
We also have
Yeah.
something that needs to be dropped off in the marketplace.
Ah, okay.
So we do pass through anyway.
Yep. You guys will be in the marketplace regardless. I'm just making sure there's, Okay, you know what? Actually, this is great. This was set up from last time you guys were here, so we'll activate here and kind of just catch up, make sure everything's good. These four are not here anymore. Get them out of here. And I believe everybody is already here. Wonderful. All right, cool. The tavern's already set up and ready for you all, and yeah, as you approach, Joan walks over. Well, if it isn't the lucky Lucario in their group. Did you have fun walking the little fox and her ghost friend home last night?
We had a good time, to say the least. Thank you, Joan.
That's wonderful.
How was your night after we departed? I'm sure you had to do much cleaning up after everybody.
Oh, it's every night, but it is what it is.
But yeah, we had some escapades at home, so we decided to treat ourselves to breakfast here this morning.
Well, you're always welcome in Joan's home, darling. She'll smile and wave you all before heading off to the kitchen.
Sounds like you made quite an impression on a lot of ladies in town recently, haven't you, Artie?
I'm just here, alright? That's like all he says, and he's just gonna kinda prop his paw against the bar, just like...
We have a duplicate Saphira. Oh, there it is.
I didn't realize Sicarios could get cute charm.
You're one to talk.
Alright.
I think a certain little Dragonite's been looking at you.
Who? Oh, you mean the lady at the post office?
She wants to see your scarf.
I don't know why she would want to see that. I mean, it's not really an accessory, Toby says, rubbing the back of his neck embarrassingly.
Artie's just gonna give a sly smirk and lean forward. That's how they lure you in. They always want to play nice.
At this point, Joan comes out with your drinks and dishes in hand, dropping them onto the table before heading back to her work.
Just saying you should talk to her, that's all. Artie just shrugs and starts eating.
I guess she will be at the party, I suppose.
Alright. Does anyone have anything they'd like to do at the tavern? Or are we... I believe, Professor, you wanted to go to the market.
Yeah, we have that ore that we got from the Vulpix, right?
Yep. We'll ad-lib going there so we don't have to swap the whole scene over. But I'm assuming you're going to walk into the blacksmith's area?
Yeah, I'm not the one who has the rock.
Who has the rock?
I do.
Are you going to walk into the blacksmith's area?
Yeah, I guess so.
As you do, Ivan looks over. Well, it's lovely to see such a wonderful friend. What do you have for us today?
Volna walks up to the Ivan's counter, says nothing, and just puts the ore that they and Artie found on the counter.
The large colossal looks down at the ore, takes it in his hand, and inspects it. Oh, not seen this in a while. I'm swapping between like Dwarven and Russian. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
But it's the point of. He inspects it a little bit, takes it to his eye, looks on. It is a normal gem. If you attach it to a weapon, the weapon's type becomes normal.
Interesting.
Any weapon can be augmented, like a rune, with various types. These gems will let you do that. I.e., welcome to a new mechanic. So you know how Pathfinder has runes that allow you to give your weapons all sorts of fun abilities and, upgrades in general?
This is one of them.
Yeah, we're adding a system on top of it for Pokemon types. You can basically give your weapon an alignment. So that way, if, you need coverage, let's say we have a bunch of steel types on our team and fire's a problem. Well, having a water dagger, just in case, might be a good idea. Things like that.
I love this.
I
I love everything to do with this.
Does Ivan sell these gems by chance? Asking for a friend.
He looks on at it. No, these are rare. If you find them, you can augment them. But we have not been able to source them.
Boo bar. All right, that's okay. Understandable.
But yeah, that's
Guessing. Pardon me. Keep going.
yeah, but that's the mechanic for Ivan. You know how Clover, you get different ingredients, you get different foods, they give you different buffs. This allows you to do some fun runic transformations to your weapons.
I will take the gem back into my pocket and head back to the rest of the group.
All right. At this point, you have the town hall and any other tasks in the village that you would like to do. You guys have anything else you'd like to do before we head on over?
I don't have anything else.
I'm good.
I think I'm fine.
All right. I will get you guys over to the town hall and we'll get ready for the debate. Hold up. Gotta stop the music because we've got debate music.
Oh, right. I forgot this was now. The negotiations.
Hope you ate your cupcakes.
I did, but oh no.
Did I? Wait.
Yeah.
Ember did not eat cupcakes. That was a character choice.
Well,
You had a cupcake in your seat.
you were given a cupcake.
Was I? I was given. Okay, well.
Yes.
It
you
was
were given
presented to you, so
You were given a cupcake where that gave you.
if you want it in your inventory and didn't need it, that's up to you, I guess.
Mhm.
Okay.
How many of them were there, by the way?
One for each of us.
Yep.
Or 6,
Okay.
yeah.
I have bought a dozen. I had used half before the mission going to the farm, and this is the other half.
Alright, and if I recall correctly, the effect is the same as the guidance cantrip, just it lasts the entire day.
No, it is a +2 single-use guidance.
Okay, +2. Got it.
Yes, it is a better guidance, but it is single-use. So, it's not something you can recast on one another. It's you consume it, it is consumed, you've got your bonus.
Yeah, I was wondering what the actual number was.
Yes.
I'm pocketing my cupcake. For character reasons, he's definitely not going to have eaten it at breakfast.
Alright. As you walk into the town hall, you can see the mayor is standing outside the courtroom, looking over at you all, waving you all down. Yes, yes! We're almost ready. We're just waiting for Clarabelle and, well, you guys. If you want to head in, we're basically just sitting around waiting.
All right. Just tell us where to go, I guess.
Well, we have the seats that's normally for the, I don't know what they're called, but the audience for trials, I guess. You can sit in those, or you can sit up with Jack, Marcus, and Tessa and Abby. But yeah.
I thought these were negotiations. Why are we using a courtroom?
The only room we've got here big enough.
I guess there's a lot of
Shade,
seats.
carry on.
Yep. If
I mean, it makes sense.
If we're gonna be sitting here and talking for a while, we might as well make sure our butts are comfy. Mayor will walk over, sitting down with his wife. Doors close. The air's uneasy for a moment as you scan everything. Abby has a couple books with her and some parchments. Jack has his feet up on the table, his arms crossed as he has his hat kind of over his face. Marcus is looking over blueprints, and Tessa's currently just holding a string of beads and just fiddling with them for the moment, not really doing much. She looks over at the group. Tessa specifically looks over at the group and nods as you all come in, but doesn't really... You can tell that when Ember, you walk in, she's a little like... She's almost slinking her head into her shoulders a little bit, even though she doesn't really have them. But you can tell that she still kind of feels bad about the incident from a couple days ago. Abby specifically looks at Artie and also slinks her head in her shoulders a bit, giving a tiny little wave of like, sorry about, I kind of feel embarrassed about, last night.
Artie's just gonna show a grin and give a thumbs up, just reassuringly.
As you do, a little bit of time passes on before suddenly, boom! The doors open wide and Clarabelle, holding Cooper, walk in. The two looking on. Well, howdy! Is this the people that run this little old town? Well, isn't that something? I can't believe it. The only couple of you that look like you could put up a fight are the dragon and the cowboy. Cowboy gives a little bit of a smirk as he looks over at Clarabelle and nods. Darn tootin'. Before she heads on over to the free seat at the front, the mayor calling her over. Yes, this is where you two will be seated. The most comfortable seat in the house for our guests, of course. She nods and sits down. Cooper playing on the table with a small toy as she looks on at everyone. So, yes, I had the our 6 explorers here go out to your lands and basically perform a summons just to have a discussion because we need more land for food and, well, that land is your land, but we don't want to take it without repercussion, and it's a bit of a... And Clarabelle just raises her hand and is like, I know. She huffs a little, getting herself sort of balanced for a moment. I don't do talking all that well, but I got what I need to say ready, and I'm gonna say it. And I need you all to listen to me. Jack kind of scoffs a bit, like, alright. As Marcus and everyone else kind of perks up. Are you guys doing anything at this moment?
I think Toby is just a little mildly uncomfortable about this entire thing, but not really wanting to interject.
Clarabelle starts. The lands that y'all want to be developing on are sacred to our people. They were used as burial sites for generations, including recently. It's sacred land to us, and it's important that land stays sacred to our people. She pauses a moment, letting anyone interject or say anything. Tessa is very much like nodding along, looking over, engaged in this moment.
Surely there is a way that the ground can remain sacred, but the farmers are able to expand their fields to provide food for the town.
Clarabelle looks over at you. Well, short stack. She gives a little wave of her fingers, or I guess hooves, and looks on. If you got any bright ideas, I'd be more than happy to hear them.
I mean, I don't have anything specifically. I'm not the sharpest file in the rack, as it were. But surely there can be some kind of agreement. Perhaps, if there's a surplus, it can be brought to your group, to your tribe for consumption.
Abby's ears perk up at this. Yeah, we can definitely pen up a trade agreement. You guys can give us goods you produce, and in return, we can give you the fruits of our labor. And we can kind of continue a long-term sort of agreement like that, where you guys are able to benefit from the foods that we get from that land. Clarabelle shrugs a little bit. Volna, can I have you roll a diplomacy?
I'm adding that guidance to this.
Okay. I'm going to have Abby roll diplomacy as well. Alright. Clarabelle... Unfortunately, your words without much backing up don't really give much to Clarabelle, but she does listen to the little fox and nods. Okay, you know what? That might work, But the other thing is, those lands are sacred to us, the respect of the people buried there. It's important that we ensure that we do not disrespect those who come before us, our ancestors. Does anyone have anything they would like to put in for this?
Yeah, no, like, in character, I'm like more so on their side than on ours. I hate to say it.
Understandable.
What other land is there then? I mean, because expansion is necessary to continue, and if that land's off grounds, maybe there's time to think of what other lands we could expand to.
Marcus will look over. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's kind of the best fertile lands we got. I mean, what we could do is we could start chopping down the forest to the northeast, but unfortunately, that's gonna disrupt a lot of Pokemon lives there too. And trying to go southeast is not exactly gonna be great either, because that's very hilly, mountainous land. It'd be a pain in the butt to try to cultivate it. And if we try to go more west than the plains that we're already at, it just dries up. There's nothing there to grow. So we're kind of in a this is our best bet moving forward, making sure we got enough food for, everybody in the city, plus everybody else coming. Oh, Ferris, would you like to interject?
I would. In character, Ember's kind of been staring at the floor in the corner. I keep saying it, and I know it's tropey, but he's my moody teenager, and he is doing moody teenager. But he does look up at that, and simply asks for the benefit of the entire room, so what do you eat? Where do you get food from?
For Clarabelle?
Yeah, for Clarabelle.
Well, we forage. We go around the plains and, take what we need and give back what we need, what we don't need. We obviously are taking from the land, but we make sure we give back to the land when we do it. A lot of it is, for me specifically, I enjoy hay, but a lot of other Pokemon enjoy more things like, berries, apricorns, things of that nature.
Okay. And there's no way that we could come to some kind of sharing agreement then?
You mean like what the little fox said, right?
That's what we had talked about already, yeah.
More... Yes, we had talked about sharing the farm, but why not sharing simply the food? We don't have to move in.
So, Marcus will chime over, the Hakamo'o. So you suggesting we trade the food we make for the food they make?
I mean, why not? It adds diversity.
The raised hand system works on the left side of token controls. There is the raise my hand button. So when you open up token controls, there's raise my hand as a button. When you click on that, that should raise your hand. Oh. Alright, I see the hands raising on my side. Hit the button, just didn't know if it went to you. Ah, okay. Kane, would you like to contribute to the conversation?
Yes. The professor will straighten himself up in his seat and look to the Miltank. Miss Clarabelle, I believe you did just mention that you take from the land and give back to the land. If this land is where your lost are kept, they are, after they are gone, providing to the land. Would there not be a way for us to agree to keep the use of the land as the burial grounds, while also using it to give and receive from the land as well?
Yeah. Tessa looks over. We could construct a graveyard around the area to ensure that that land is preserved, but, the areas outside of that land are also used for the agricultural purposes. We could try something like that. I'm going to have Professor, can you roll a diplomacy, and I will have Tessa roll one too.
Alright, come on, Professor. I know you have a -1 to charisma.
Also, Cade, you may need to speak up in text chat because your name is so long, I can't see when you raise your hand on the little marker system. It cuts it off. Professor, you stumble with your words a bit as she doesn't really understand all that high fancy wording, but Tessa is able to assuage things. Clarabelle looks on. How can I guarantee that that land will stay sacred for us? At some point in the future, I'm afraid that your civilization's gonna grow to a point where you will not care about us anymore. You don't need to. And I'm afraid that me and my people are going to, not exactly have much of a say in these lands anymore. Does anyone wish to speak on that regard?
Nope. Because, yeah, that's just colonialism. Not on that side of the argument at all.
The other thing is, I'm not too keen being here either. She will look dead at the mirror at this moment. This little bunny had to send the 6 of you out to go solve your problem. To go solve his problem for him. I do not want to be giving up something sacred to my people for somebody who could not even defend his own people and had to send others to defend himself.
Use you. Our problem. We live here too.
That is right. We are citizens of this town now, so it is a problem of the town.
Mizu, you've raised your hand as well?
If I may, and again, not the sharpest file in the wreck, however, at least for my point of view, for my asking of expanding the farmland, well, yes, it was in my interest. A part of it is for the farmers too. The farmers got to make a livelihood somehow.
So, that's the problem. Your farmers go about ways differently. Their crops, I will admit, the way you guys run agriculture, as you call it, is much more efficient than foraging. Able to rotate crops and grow what you need on demand rather than being at the will of the wilds is powerful. It is very powerful. And it feels as if we are getting run out of our lands because of all of these things that you all have. You have all of these strong benefits and these machines and these like crazy things. And she'll look over at the Lucario raising their hand. Yes?
He's just gonna shake his head a little bit. Well, Clarabelle, I think you're kind of looking at this all wrong, actually. I believe what we're trying to do is, yes, we may need the land, but at the same time, what if something happens and you guys have trouble foraging for food? You at least have the resort of coming to us and asking for assistance, and we as the town would assist you. We would not turn you away. We don't want to change your ways at all. We want you to keep living your lives to the fullest.
Roll diplomacy. Is anyone else raising their hand at this moment?
Volna would like to raise their hand again.
Go for it.
This is crazy, and I know. Again, I'm not smart. However, what if either you or a representative of your tribe dictated what was planted in the land?
Okay. I will say, if you want, diplomacy, society, or religion. Whichever of those is your best.
It's still diplomacy, oh boy. I'm gonna hero point that.
Alright. Chat, remember, you can contribute to this too. You can give hero points.
Oh my god.
That was somehow worse. Chat, this might be a good idea to put a hero point in on this.
Ember is the very good, but I don't think his current opinion is incredibly helpful to the town.
Oh, Captain Wolfie's giving you a reroll, Volna.
Fantastic. Let me try this again. What the hell?
That was almost a nat 20.
My God!
Instead, we landed on a nat 2.
I can't win. I can't. This is the second time that this has happened when dealing with Clarabelle. I hate it.
Does anyone else want to try and save, Volna's words here?
I'm gonna go with, I think Ember has one of the highest diplomacy bonuses in the entire group, but his opinion is still why are we talking about the farmland? Can't we just ask them to share food with us?
Honestly, if you want to blurt that out, I will have you roll diplomacy, society, or even intimidation. Wait, Vera has given you a reroll, Mizu. Go for it. You know what? I'll give you a second reroll on this one.
Okay.
This has been... Oh... You make a good argument, but damn, the rolls are not good here.
Third time's the charm.
Mm-hmm. It gives you a natural
that's
one.
That's so much better. That's so much better.
Oh my God.
God. Vera, thank you.
She nods and sighs. It could be arranged that we make sure that those lands get respected, but there are still my other issues with Peridot in its entirety. This issue isn't just about the land, you know? This issue goes deeper. She shakes her head. I'm still very concerned about, well, this town taking over everything that I am. Everything that my people are. We don't have a lot. We are making do with, what Arceus has given us, and we have so much less every season ever since Peridot came into place, and while my parents were much more lenient on that, I have to stand my ground. I'm concerned that I will be the last of my leaders, of my people. Anyone have anything that they would to say at this moment?
I have a thing, but only if nobody else does.
I also have a thing, but if it's just me and Ferris, I can go ahead if you'd like.
Go ahead. I wanna put Ferris is here if it goes completely south to make an impassioned rescue of the operation.
While I can't say that I fully understand your concerns, because your culture and your situation is different from mine, at least I can't speak for everyone. I'm one gremlin with a hammer. How do I word this?
I know. I've given you guys a hell of a task today.
The reason I'm so adamant toward this compromise between the two of us, between our groups rather, is, at least for me, I would like to see your tribe. Despite everything that happened, I want to see them flourish. I want to see them... grow isn't the right term necessarily, but that's about the best that my brain can think up at the moment.
Ferris, do you have something you want to chime in with?
Not unless it looks like it's going completely in the toilet.
She's still kind of in a weird spot. Doesn't look like things are really in the negatives right now, but she's understanding at this moment. She's hearing your words. She's not ignoring you. Volna, would you like to roll diplomacy, society, or nature?
Oh boy, I sure hope you like diplomacy rolls.
That's fine.
Bloody heck. Okay.
It doesn't really get to her as much as it doesn't really go anywhere. It's difficult to kind of put down lines here.
I'm trying my best here, friends.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very sticky situation.
Okay.
If
why don't
Ember
you tell
is
me?
still hesitating, I feel like the professor would have comments to have.
Well, I was just about to ask Abby, like, why don't you tell me? Is Ember capable of sensing that this is going nowhere? Because that's like a whole thing, isn't it?
Well, you're kind of watching. You could make that assumption as a player.
Yeah. If you want to make that assumption as a player, you can.
Okay. I'm going to get up and walk to the middle of the room.
Everyone stops for a moment, watching you walk to the center of the room. Not quite
What is
sure
it
what
doing?
play you've got here.
And he's going to summon Blaze. They've all seen Fireball Boy, and we're gonna talk, the both of us together.
All right. In a moment, you summon the spirit next to you. It's not much of a surprise to the group of you and Clarabelle, who's even seen the fire spirit, but the mayor is quite blown back. Well, I've never seen such a thing. And Tessa's eyes are focused, trained on you at this moment. Everyone's eyes are.
Listen, I think I can speak as someone who knows something about sacred grounds, about respecting the land and people. And he's gonna look at the mayor and at Clarabelle, like you're with a face that's like you're both being stupid. The problem here, at least as it was explained to me, is that none of us have enough food. I know that you, Clarabelle, are concerned about your people and their well-being. And you, the mayor, I can't remember, player is stupid, what's his name?
Charles Wildfire, if I remember correctly. Yes,
You,
Charles Wildfire.
Charles. You two are both here for the same reason. You care about your people. You care about making sure that your people get what they need, what they deserve. I think that there must be a way. Sorry. I got the... I'm being told that I was quiet.
It's alright.
There must be a way that we can both live together peacefully. This land, this continent, can sustain all of us. I know it can. But we need to share.
Okay. I will have you roll diplomacy, nature, society. I will give you a +5 for that argument. So you will get a +5. If you want to put your cupcake on it, that'll be another +2 on top.
I would love to put cupcake on it. That's going to be
+7.
+12.
Oh, +12 on top of so you have a +7 plus your bonus
I have
to whatever
I have
you're
a
rolling.
+8 diplomacy.
All right, 7 plus 8. That's a 13. Or no, that's a 15. All right, you're rolling with a plus 15.
1 second, please.
All right.
I just picture as Ember's walking up, he summons Blaze, just pops the fucking cupcake out of his pocket and just throws it in his mouth and goes, okay.
Good cupcakes. You see, for a moment, gotta pause the music as I swap to a different song. Clarabelle breathes heavily for a moment. She takes a moment considering how to speak here and starts to think about how exactly to say these words before looking to you all. It's not just that our ancestors are buried there. A few months back, dragon attack from the mountains to the north hit our people. It was that day that we lost my family, as did Cooper here. What was left of them, we had buried in those lands. I cannot see the resting place for my family, for my parents to get desecrated. And with the weight of this imposing city bearing down on me, I cannot in my heart let anything happen here to let my people fade away. This moment, you notice Jack takes his feet off the desk. He's very much looking to much more attention than anywhere he's been before. He's much more invested. Clarabelle continues. I cannot let them down. I must not let them down. I am the last of, well, the bovine. I am the last, and I need to make sure my legacy continues. I adopted Koopa here as a little brother, as we were in the same situation, but I'm hoping that one day, if I can't continue to hold the mantle, I can pass it to them, but it is difficult to do that. I am in a situation, and it is not easy for me. At this moment, I'm gonna roll a die for Jack. Let me find him. There it is. That'll do. Jack pauses for a moment, looking over. You know, I exactly wasn't gonna speak much here. I was gonna come to observe, but Miss Clarabelle, was it? She nods, yes. I may be a bit of a city slicker being here in this town, but I will say you and I may be cut from a very similar cloth. When I was a young lad, my family's ranch was attacked by bandits, and it was that day that I was left alone, the Weavile says. My mother, my father, my younger sister, gone. I know that feeling, that weight, that pressure on you. You are not alone in this, young milady. But do know, trying to take that weight all on your own, you cannot bear that weight alone. There may be a reason I go out and drink with my buddy here, Marcus. The city dragon gives a little smile and pats his friend on the back. But every day I look back at those moments and I know I had no control over that situation. I just gotta do the best I can walking forward. The two's eyes connect for a moment. They're sharing this shared moment between the two. He holds it for a second, just locking in that sense. Jack did not roll very well there. Would anyone like to assist Jack in this moment? Would anyone like to speak up?
Hello.
Ember,
the extremely.
You are still in the middle of the room.
You have
Ember.
a reroll was sent.
Oh. I will... Let's do it. Why not?
To be fair, it says give a free reroll, not give a player a free reroll.
I need to
That's
change
true.
that. True.
That's true.
That was a hell of a low roll. He rolled from a 1 to a 2.
Jack is a friendly NPC.
Jack is a friendly NPC, but Ember, you wish to speak too?
I do.
Go for it.
Everyone here has lost something. And we will all fall if we can't cooperate. We can help you, but we also need your help. We need the food. That's our problem. You need your legacy and your people. We can come to an arrangement. I'm sure we can. But we both need something from each other.
Alright. I'll have you roll diplomacy with a +3. Alright. That's a 23. That's a good roll. That moment, Clarabelle's hoof presses onto the table as she stands. Then we'll do it. We'll write out an agreement. We'll make it work. I can't not do this. This is not the right song for this. Hold up. We'll pen out an agreement. We'll make this work. I will not let things go, but I will stand here and hold my people up. A trade agreement, you said? We can work something, but we don't got much to offer. We'll figure out what we can make work, but we will figure out something to make work.
One Pokemon helps another.
It will not be easy, I know that. But we'll figure something out. She takes a heavy, deep breath and sits down. Does anyone have anything that they would like to speak about here? Anything anyone would like to come forward with?
Hi, yes, hello.
Go for it, Volna.
Clarabelle, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't your tribe adept at basket weaving?
We do
at least from what I saw.
We dabble in basket weaving and making, certain charms, reagents, things of that nature. We're certainly very good at the handcrafts that we have in working with the native land. We also do have a bit of a better idea than I would say you city slickers have when it comes to navigating the local area.
So maybe in return for the food the farm provides, your tribe in return provides baskets, handcrafted goods, maybe a guide or two every now and again.
Alright, I'll let you roll Diplomacy, Society, Nature with a +3. Alright, now the dice are actually getting warmed up. She nods.
About time.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. I'm sure there are other services you guys can be provided as well. I do notice that over in the fields, y'all are growing the silliest crops this time of year on this dirt. I don't know why y'all are trying to grow what is essentially berries in land that is better suited for tubers. Maybe there's a way I can assist with ensuring y'all have more fruitful crops too.
And if anything, if there's anything that you have needs for as well, don't be afraid to ask us.
That is something that I was considering. Your society has different kinds of medicine, different kinds of ways to heal people. If somebody in our town, in our little village, in our society comes down with an ailment, would you be able to provide them the assistance that they need if we are not able to?
I'm sure the folks here would be amenable to that, as Volna stares daggers into Charles.
Charles nods, quickly writing things down on what appears to be a piece of paper. I'll have everyone roll perception check. Saphira, Charles is doing the best he can as the person that he is. He's drawn a picture of him handing Clarabelle a Band-Aid. I guess that's as best as we can expect of the mayor at this moment. Abigail is actually penning up a proper agreement at this time.
Okay, thank God.
Aurora is going to just break the eyesight between the mayor and Clarabelle, just kind of shifting things over to ensure that that doesn't get shown. I still don't fully agree with your leaders not being able to defend themselves, but I understand you do need assistance. What's the expression y'all use? It takes a village? Maybe it's gonna take 2 villages. There is something I am interested in as well. Our people have always traveled the lands. We are essentially nomads. Unfortunately, that life has not been the easiest for us as of recent, as you can tell. I'm not sure if it's time for our people to start to settle down and start to cultivate lands that we have. But if that is the case, I want to ensure that those lines are drawn very plainly as well. I want to ensure that my people know where our lands are and where our lands end, and of course, we'll want to make sure we have routes to ensure that you guys have the ability to come to us when times of need are there, and vice versa. And Abigail is getting much more invested in this. She's like, oh yeah, no, this is my jam. You can even see Marcus is starting to write things on the blueprints as well, getting like preliminary plans built out. Does anyone have anything they want to kind of add in here?
Overall, I would say if there's any moments where you feel uncomfortable about anything, just don't be afraid to present what matters you wish to discuss. The worst thing that can happen is just going silent and keeping us in the dark when it could prevent a problem in the future. We want to make sure that your lands and you are just as respected as everyone else around us.
Those dragon attacks we faced in the past, from the creatures in the mountains, They are not to be trifled with. If we form an alliance, we do not have the ability to defend ourselves at this moment. And while that attack was months ago, I know that their hunting season will be coming soon. I want to ensure that Peridot will be there to defend my people. And in turn, if Peridot were to ever come under strife, we would be there to defend them too. Jack nods a bit. Well, little missy, I had some interesting thoughts about how today would go, but if you ever need to call upon my pistol, I will happily take a diversion from my duties in town to take some pot shots at some dragons that are getting a little uppity.
On that note, Toby will speak up. What species of Pokemon actually are these dragons that you're dealing with? And why haven't they come after the town yet? Surely, Marcus and the others would have at least seen something about that in the past couple of months.
With the close proximity between your village and our town, it's strange that there was not also a prescient threat to Peridot as well.
Charles will chime in on this. They don't like cannons, so they didn't really bother us. We've taken some pot shots at them before, a lot of flying dragons, stuff like that. But it turns out that a 500-pound ball of lead climbing at you at supersonic speed makes you turn tail pretty quick. And so they picked on us, so to speak. Clarabelle continues. The problem is, we didn't really know where they went, and unfortunately, that night, we didn't really have communication with you guys, so we didn't know you all were in trouble. Oh, Ember, you're raising your hand?
He's not just raising his hand, I'm straight up, like, how to gesture. I'm gonna gesture wildly at him to shut up. Like, nope, you said your thing, you said the good part of the thing, shut up.
Okay, I will have you roll a d20 on a 5 or higher. You have caused the mayor to shut up before he said something stupid. Actually, no, wait, you've got intimidation. Roll that.
Okay.
Intimidate the mayor into shutting the hell up.
Oh my god.
With a what modifier?
I will give you a +2 to your intimidation. And if anyone wants to assist, you are more than free. Yes, if you have intimidation, you can roll to shut the mayor up.
You know what? I'll help.
Oh my god.
I don't think he needs it.
My glare was ineffective.
The mayor shuts his trap before he says anything too stupid.
Ember sits back down. Ember, like you've watched this man go from like, "Are we there yet, Mom?" staring at the floor, to like animated, and then back to staring at the floor twice now. This is just how he is.
I'm just picturing Ember on the intimidation with the JoJo's effect, staring at the mayor.
Just death glare, daggers right at the man.
Yep.
Alright. People are continuing to kind of assess over things as the discussion continues. Marcus will take over a bit of blueprints to Clarabelle, and she will look down at the map, a bit amazed at how detailed and accurate everything is from a top-down perspective. She, takes a look and traces her calf around a certain area. This is not the appropriate song for this moment. There we go. Nope, not that one. That'll work. We'll loop this. They slowly kind of get the perimeter of the area where the lands would be sacred, are protected, and draw out the plans for the farms, as well as having a dividing line between their kingdom, their lands, and obviously the lands of the town. Professor?
While all of the people that are in charge are distracted, going over, drawing up lines on a map, the professor is exiting the room and the building.
Is anyone
Yeah.
going to follow?
I think Toby would follow, and also does not feel comfortable being in this courtroom anymore.
Saphira's gonna follow. After certain things are said, she has questions for certain party members later.
Alright, is everyone kind of heading out at this?
I think Artie would have stayed, actually.
Alright. Are you guys going to have a discussion outside the courtroom? Volna, you wanted to speak?
Volna's also kind of got a vested interest at this point and would also stay behind in the courtroom.
Alright. Ember, are you staying or are you leaving?
I think Ember would lag. Ember would lag behind because I have to keep up the kid with his nose in his Game Boy in the back of the car vibe. But after about 5 minutes of everybody else is gone, he will also leave. But I'll give it a second.
Okay. Marcus will draw out the lines and assist them. I will say, unfortunately, we don't really have the supplies to help you kind of build up your civilization, but in the future, I mean, we'd be more than happy to. We're kind of running low ourselves here when it comes to, wood and stone. But that's a problem for later. Right now, we want to make sure everyone's got a full belly. But we'll happily ensure your people get a full belly, too. She nods. She doesn't feel great about this. It still feels like she had to give up some concessions and had to reveal a bit of a private part of herself, but at least an agreement has been found today, and she feels a little bit more confident in how that all goes. Charles will look over. Well, I'm so happy this went wonderfully. Clarabelle, do you know what a party is? And at that moment, she'll look over. I know what a party is. What are you asking? Well, you know those 6 people that came and arm wrestled you and stuff? They're having a party tonight at their house. And would you want to come with? She kind of pauses for a moment, not exactly sure how to process this information.
Charles?
Are you going to intimidate him to try to stop him from doing this?
I'm not gonna stop him, but I am going to reprimand him real quick, if I may.
Okay, go for it.
Mayor, please don't invite people to our house when we're standing right here.
I can wait for you guys to leave.
That is not the point. That is the furthest thing from the point. That said, Clarabelle, if you would like to join us later, you are more than welcome into our home, assuming it's okay with the others. I don't think they'll have an issue with it, but
I think it'll be good to help build up trust. But it's obviously up to you.
Chat's asking how this gremlin got elected. A wonderful PR campaign.
That is a great question that I wish I knew the answer to.
I don't want to know.
No one else decided to join the race, so he just won. That's what I imagine.
Yeah, after extending the invite to Clarabelle themselves, Volna's gonna leave.
Clarabelle will nod and let things go as everyone kind of begins and continues their little discussion around the table. Obviously, making sure everything kind of goes around and everything is kind of discussed, and Jack kind of staying close to Clarabelle, kind of, offering a bit of a physical reprieve since he feels a connection to her. Artie, are you going to stay here or are you going to head out with the others?
pretty much he was going to wait for a break in all the talk and be like, well, is there anything else that the guild can provide for you, or are we good?
No, I think, the little raboot will say, I think, we're pretty good here. It sounds like we've got our terms and conditions lined up. So, we'll get to work doing what we need to do.
Alright, well, until you call upon Guild Dawnlight again, we'll be at your service.
I expect you all in my office, Monday morning. I've got some fun work for you all.
Alright, well, take care and good luck.
See you at your party tonight.
He'll
I'm
just
bringing
kind of give
crackers.
away. He's just gonna give a wave and a smile and just walk out now at this point.
All right. The party is now outside the town hall, standing amongst yourselves.
Are like literally have since it's all in the sidebar, literally having an argument about amongst ourselves about how the mayor is a fucking idiot.
I did not feel comfortable in that room at all.
It was hard for me to really say anything because you felt for Clarabelle, you know?
That one hit a little too close to home for me, I think.
Well, in any case, that's done and over with. They're making the agreement. So, as long as everybody's happy, that's all that matters in the end.
We have a party to get ready for.
Yeah, we do.
Also, Professor, I don't know why you're looking at me. You just did the same thing.
He apologized.
I regret nothing.
The soap is
No,
coming
no,
out,
wait,
isn't
Why
it?
me?
Let's see
Artie's just gonna-
colorful language for the bar.
Artie's just gonna blink having come in mid-conversation like, what the heck is going on? Anyway, shall we take off?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I want to stand around anymore. I'm exhausted just from listening.
You okay, Toby? You've been out of it all day.
I'll be fine. I didn't get much sleep, and then all of this happened, and yeah, I don't know how you guys are gonna be able to handle that party. I feel like I just wanna go for a jog.
It's called, there will be a point where I will just lock myself in the forge. I mean, what?
All right. I feel like this is a good point for us to take our break before getting things ready for the party this evening. We'll take a sort of like a 10-minute break here as you all kind of decompress. If you guys have anything that you would like to do during this time, it's sort of like downtime activities, that would be a good time. Shopping, things like that. This is also a good time to go to the bathroom, get a snack, stretch, all that good stuff.
Volna has more work they need to do on the handle of the thing that they were crafting. Smile.
All right.
I forget. Was the money we got for the last job in the party stash or in our inventory?
Party stash.
Thank you.
So is this a good time to also pause Craig and announce that I'm pausing Craig so we don't say
Yeah.
things until after the break? We'll be right back after these short messages.
We'll take a moment here and restart Craig so we can get the recording, on the second half of the session.
Yeah.
All right. How's everybody on Twitch doing right now? Y'all are certainly privy to the mayor is certainly a dumbass.
I cannot help but freaking agree. Oh my god,
I
Chad.
hate him. I hate him
The
so much.
professor is so mad.
hate him so much.
You know you've effed up if a child is glaring at you to shut up.
Okay, I made the comparison that Volna is not the sharpest file in the rack. The mayor is the dullest. Pure and simple.
The mayor is the busted up and dented to hell hammer that you keep trying to get rid of, but it somehow keeps ending up in your tools.
So,
The mirror is that thing that everyone has, they don't know the name of it, but it always gets stuck in the drawer.
I feel bad for him, but at the same time, like, I don't even know what to say. I can't blame him, but also, I can't not fault him.
yeah. I will say the mayor is definitely, based off of the mayor of, Powerpuff Girls a bit, including
I knew
Sarah
it.
Bellin.
I knew the moment that man opened his mouth, it was the mayor from the Powerpuff Girls. The moment he spoke, like turn one.
Look, Aurora may do a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to running the town properly.
He literally
Oh,
has the
that
mayor's
is not a
hat on the
doubt.
head. From seeing the image, he kind of gave that vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think I made a pickles joke last time?
Yeah. No, he is literally just the mayor from Powerpuff Girls, but a rabbit.
Honestly, the only reason that I didn't have the professor try to do like an intimidation roll when he was running his mouth was there was a part of me who was like, God, he is running his mouth and I want him to get decked.
I have a funny feeling that at some point we will have like some kind of one-on-one conversation with the mayor. The mayor's gonna say something and take some form of weaponry, probably a hammer, to his face.
We'll see how that goes when that bridge gets crossed.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far, but ugh.
Volna has put a lot of effort into not beating everything that ires them.
They're doing their best.
Meanwhile, I have been joking about how there's going to be a point where I say, Abby, the professor is turning the safety off. And oh my god, there was a point during negotiations where I'm looking at the mayor and I'm like, oh,
I will
I
say,
don't want to be the first one to kill, but oh.
I will say, as the result of your rolls, you have landed on the success of how this could have gone. Not the crit success, but the success.
I'll take a success
I'll
over a
take
fucking
it.
failure, which was what it seemingly was leading towards.
I
There-
almost
there was
let
a-
Saphira speak up so many times, but she had no idea what the fuck.
I had no
was going
idea
on.
what to say.
Yeah, no, we're like
I
super
was
out
like-
of our elements right
The
here.
only time I wanted
Clarabelle
to
was
talk-
in the right!
The only time I wanted to talk was when Ember started talking about everyone losing something, but I hesitated in and out of character.
That's
Like,
something.
God
Go ahead,
damn,
Abby.
Toby
Go ahead, Abby.
in character is just literally almost like an Alolan Tapu. He's just like, no, why are we negotiating to take away the land from the natives? Hold up, I'm a native from my own continent. Hold up.
I know,
Okay,
I know.
That was
This is why
that was
I wanted to-
Ember's.
I wanted to throw you at it because you were forced to be on one side of an argument that you feel like you're on the other side of.
Not a fan of arguing for colonialism at all.
No.
Ooh,
No,
gross.
that's why
I'm gonna agree
gave
with
you
Tops
guys
on that one.
I gave you guys a very difficult situation and you navigated it expertly. I'm very proud.
That does
I'm-
not feel like a success right now. Is what I'm saying. Like, oh,
It's
I'm
it unfortunately it's kind of like we have to figure out what the best solution is and it's going to be very difficult, but at least you have the parties eye to eye with one another, which I think is the biggest thing here. That was the biggest thing that you guys got, was everyone was seeing each other on the same level rather than one was seeing people were seeing each other from different angles. I think that's the biggest thing that you guys did that really changed things and made things better. I think you guys handled it as best you could have in that situation.
I won't lie. Had negotiations broke down entirely, the professor's first instinct would have been, to hell with it. I am joining the fight again. I'm joining the fight with the natives, on the side of the natives.
I was getting pretty fucking close to also doing that.
I probably would have followed.
Yup. Listen, Ember's whole thing was like, I was ready to use all of my stupid bonus to save the negotiations, but my argument was not like, let him have the land. That was just like, hey, we can share food, dumbasses.
Yeah.
That is literally the entire point that I was trying to make was, hey, this isn't, we're trying to take your land just for the sake of taking your land. I want this to be mutually beneficial to both of us.
Yes, you're not taking their land, you're taking the land and cultivating it to become as efficient as possible for food production.
We're using the land to benefit both sides so that nobody has to starve.
Exactly!
Yeah. Got a little too close to expansionism, colonialism stuff, and I was just like, I do not want to touch this with a 10-foot pole. Ugh.
And I was trying to avoid it feeling like that.
Garnering up the lands of the natives, there's no way to not make it feel like that.
I know!
Exactly! And it was a brutal situation, but it was something that I honestly kind of wanted to get out of the way earlier rather than later, because there's going to be other stuff y'all will have to deal with. And getting this kind of knocked out early, where you guys were able to assess it and maturely tackle the situation and get an agreement going, I'm very proud. I'm very happy that we got this. This was one of those things that as I wrote this plot, I'm like, this is a very big point here. I want to try and get this knocked out and going, and get things settled with this so we can get to the real meat of stuff. This is minor potatoes compared to what's coming.
Yeah, this does give me an understanding of why Volna would have attempted to take the lead on this, because Volna's dealt with like merchant negotiations before, right? They're a smith. That's what they do. I think they're the only one that has that kind of experience. Correct me if I'm wrong.
We literally have on the docket for me to get to that today, but no, there is a reason Ember was ready for this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But yes, I do apologize if this did make anyone feel uncomfortable. It was something that we kind of needed to rip the Band-Aid off early on, so that way we could focus on much more black and white things.
Oh no, you're fine. This is not even the worst I've seen in a campaign.
Yeah, this was something that kind of needed to happen, and I think it gave the players a better idea of how the other characters act in a situation like this.
Mm-hmm. Not just each other as players, but the major players of the town.
Yeah.
Hey, every story needs someone that you want to kick in the face, and we found it. We found the character.
It just so happens that he's also technically our boss.
Who doesn't want to kick their boss in the face sometimes?
To be fair, I'm pretty sure it was Volna after last session, so I'm glad the ire is now off of them.
Yeah, no, you had the stack marker on you for a moment. Oh, yeah, speaking of, I'm wondering if we want to do that today or not.
Concern?
It depends. It depends. Is everyone ready for round 2, or does anyone need to step out for a bathroom or whatnot?
I need to fill my water, but that's it.
Okay.
I can go.
All right.
I'm gonna refill my water as well.
Okay. I also wanted to ask, once we get everyone back, how is everybody feeling after that? I know that was a bit tense. That was a bit much. I'm hoping we have a little bit of a breather here.
I'm good because I know future things.
Okay.
feel like I need a palate cleanser.
Well,
Like that bar of soap?
yeah.
In character, I know what the professor wants to do, but I don't think it's a good time for in character for Tota.
How's this for a palate cleanser?
Oh my god.
Thank you, Effie.
Oh my god.
You know, like I said, I don't want to see him hurt. I'm just like, oh god, that was a gross situation. I did not like it.
Why
That's it.
take it to the back of his head?
I wouldn't even take a pic. I'm like the one who least wants to hurt this guy.
That's
Just means that somebody took your hammer and did it for you.
Yeah,
Apparently.
Okay, bad.
Clearly.
Shall I restart the recording?
Yeah, let's get things ready, and Bryce, I would like you to get ready too, because we need to explain a couple things for the party, as the party travels throughout the town.
Now recording.
There he is!
Now recording.
Hi, Craig.
Hi, Craig.
Alright, give us that
We
Craig
need the
link so we
link
can...
for that first.
Yep.
Players, please make sure you use the new app link for the recording.
Yep. Okay, I should be in.
I'd say you
I'm
can't tell me
also
what
in.
to do, but you absolutely can in this situation.
Alright. Alright, we'll go through the list of everyone who's here, make sure everyone's ready, and head back in. Whew. Alright, Amy.
Roll call?
Amy, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Affy.
I was having issues with headset.
That's okay. Affy?
Here.
Artie.
Hi.
Bryce.
Internally screaming because I'm not ready for this, but at the same time I'm ready for this, so I'm here.
Ferris.
Hello.
Kane.
That's me.
Lola.
Hello.
Mizu.
Wow.
Sass.
Bug.
Santa. Side.
I'm here.
Alright. As we come back, we see the six walking through town as they notice a building that is new. A building that on the front says Training Dojo. Do you walk in?
What? How did this just magically appear?
Well,
I don't-
Interesting.
I don't ask these questions.
I mean, Toby, wanna check it out? I'm interested.
I definitely feel like I want to punch something right now. This seems like the right place.
This
Yeah,
may
let's
be
go
a good
in.
way to constructively let out current frustrations.
As you walk inside, you find a Ninetails looking before you all, welcoming you all in. Bryce?
Oh. More curious eyes. Well, hello there. How are y'all doing today?
Good day.
Frustrated.
It's been a long day. I don't think we've ever seen this store location before. Mind telling us a little bit more about that?
Well, sure. This is, well, let's just say a new construction. Recently, I was contacted by the mayor of this town, but my goal is simply to help train people and get them stronger. But where are my manners? My name's Reuven.
Nice to meet you, Reuven.
The Ninetails gives a little bow. You see behind them another cloaked Ninetails, this one staying in the wing for now.
So what type of training goes on here, if I may ask?
Well, as of the moment, mostly basics. For the few that have come in, I have begun to see the problem. for lack of better words. But actually, who are you guys? Are you? There's 6 of you together.
We're
Bit of
Guild
an
Online.
adventuring party, if you will.
I'm going to... Okay, I have to actually figure out how to do this. Hold on a minute. I'm going to see if I can roll dice. Where the hell do I go to roll dice?
You could just type in like roll 20/roll 1d20 plus a modifier.
Understood. So I'll do...
And if you've got a sheet, they've got their actual stats you can roll under one of the tabs.
Right now, the sheet is just an NPC sheet, so we'll convert this for something a little bit more meaty for this situation.
I'll do that later on, but for now, I'll do this. Close enough. So they pause a moment and look on. Actually, wait. Sure. Before their eyes seem to light up a bit. You're the guild. You 6 are part of the guild.
Yeah, that's us.
I'd argue we are the not part of, but semantics.
Who knows? We might recruit more later.
Which means you know how to fight.
Seems like we're the only ones in this town who do.
Yes! It honestly seems like you may very well be the only ones that know how to fight. Honestly, I was willing to run people to proper paces, but several times over I've seen that people barely know how to throw a punch, no less defend themselves in case something goes terribly wrong.
There's definitely a couple others, but I would say this town is very lacking within the arms department.
Agreed. It does take more than just a few people to defend an entire city. So I'd rather at least make sure that people know how to defend themselves. But seeing as you already do, we can make things interesting.
What'd you have in mind?
You see a glint in the Ninetails' eyes.
Just behind those goggles, there is... The light reflects off just fine as a smile forms on their face. Tell me, have you ever encountered an enemy that has such control over the environment and the space around them that you've been forced to do more than just defend the attack, or more than just, you know, keep hitting them mindlessly until they fall over?
I take offense to that.
Ember just glares like, "Are you stupid?" Like, of course.
Good defense is as good as an offense. You gotta keep in mind on both.
Perhaps a demonstration's in order.
Such as...
So... Reven's gonna step right about here before looking to 3 of you. Let's see. To the Typhlosion, the Macargo, and the Venipede. Could you please... Actually, you may be out of range. That's fine. And with that... I'm gonna open this again. I'm going to... Let's see. Alright, there we are. That's a song I wasn't expecting to hear, but alright. So, you see the Ninetails' tail spread out a moment before... Did it go off? It did go off. The entire... Well, to your perspective, it's the right side, but the entire side of the arena just suddenly combusts into flames. Not just a small area. Everything to the left of them. Stopping just at the walls you see that are lined on the floor, avoiding the barrels, and most importantly, avoiding you. but you can already feel the heat, especially for Saphira, the Professor, and Ember. You can feel the heat coming off of the flames as they made the entire battlefield a weapon of their own design.
The right side
Am
of
I
the
supposed
arena
to?
starts to glow as you feel the heat starting to radiate. Might be a good idea to move out of there.
Am I supposed to react right now?
Yes, you have a full turn to do whatever you need to do.
Although, in that case, Ruben would just look over and is like, actually, that may be a bit too big. You guys may want to move to the left.
Ember is going to stand there completely unfazed, and I am going to use my reaction to eat fire. I want to contest the whole last thing with eat fire.
Okay, what is the specific wording of eat fire?
I'm grabbing the thing. Do you want me to read it, or did you want to...
Read it.
How do you want to do it?
If you could read it, that would be appreciated.
As a reaction, whenever I would take fire damage, duration until the end of my next turn, I consume and ingest fire, making it less harmful to me. I gain resistance 5 to fire damage until the end of my current turn. During the remaining duration of the spell, I can use Belch Smoke, which is an effect that lets me create a smoke bomb, basically, for free, because I'm inhaling the fire.
Alright.
Smoke screen.
Does anyone want to get out of the range of the fire?
Actually, you just made me finally trigger that skill I took at the start of the campaign. Abby.
What is
it? Hit the dirt!
So you dodge out of the way. Getting out of the way of the blast. Professor, what are you doing?
Is there already fire that's about to flare up?
You can feel that by the beginning of when your turn resolves, the fire will flare up. Like, when your turn finishes and Reuven goes again, the fire will resolve. So basically, it's giving everyone a chance to do something, and then the fire will strike.
Oh, dang, because I was hoping I would be able to prepare my base kinesis, which allows me to destroy fire.
You have a full 3 actions in front of you.
Does that include the 3 of us that aren't in the telegraphed AoE?
Yes.
Okay.
Alright. So, we can roll initiative proper on this as he begins to demonstrate the various means of which enemies may control the battlefield in the future. We'll let everyone roll initiative here as the initial raid-wide comes out.
I hate
That's a dichotomy. Oh dear.
Alright. So you all have a full turn in front of you to dodge or react. Obviously, Ember, you have a reaction here. But everyone else has what else they need to do. Alright. So, an impromptu sparring session has been initiated. Artie, you're first.
So, like, are we actually attacking this guy, or...?
Discuss amongst yourselves, but obviously, Reuven, have you basically given them the order to begin a training sequence?
I mean, technically my goal was to just keep it within the arena, but that's not happening, so, react accordingly.
He did just try to attack half of our party. I'm pretty sure that, all bets are off.
No, quite literally, it was like, that actually, like I said earlier, that went a little further than I wanted to. Y'all may want to move.
I can readjust it to make it be a little less imposing, like that.
I don't know. I kind of like it being like accidentally hitting
It was
everybody.
an accident.
All right.
It's like, it's right, literally just like, oh, that's a little further than I wanted it to go.
Yeah, like,
get out of the way.
haven't had much practice because no one else has been coming here for a challenge. So now you haven't used this in a while.
He hasn't. They haven't prepared properly because it's been just teaching people how to
literally
punch.
the first people.
Might want to be careful if they still have commoner stats, though. They might die in a single hit.
No, they won't. I gave them 250 HP.
Alright.
Hi.
Already immediately realizing that now this is a threat. Like this is actual combat because people are risking getting hurt. He is going to rush up and be like, "What the fuck?" and slash his sword.
All right.
Not going to do an overwhelming combo just yet.
Alright, that'll hit. And we'll do 10 damage to Reuben. He walked up and slacked him. Toby, I believe it's your turn, unless that was 3 action, or...
Yeah, it was 2 for movement, 1 for attack.
Toby. Impromptu
Alright, let me see.
sparring session time.
Gotta do a little measurement. Actually, Toby's not sure if he actually wants to, like, put a stop to this, or actually, like, let out some pent-up frustration. Toby will...
That is the area that will be hot, yes.
I did not mean to do that. It's very hard to manage both pressing the Alt key as... It's very hard to manage push to talk and also, like, you know, movement. I meant to move 15 feet up.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast a spell I had prepared for the day that I was going to use to get out of a bind in a social situation. However, I will cast Sleep in a 5-foot burst centered on both the Alolan Ninetales and also Artomis to see if that can calm things down a little bit.
Alright. They will attempt to make a will save against this.
In this 5-foot burst.
And
it's a simple failure. I will not say that both that Reuven falls unconscious at this, but they get a little droopy.
That would be a success, is getting droopy though. Which is why I asked, are you sure you want to do this with commoner stats?
I have to bump the commoner stats quite a bit, because this is technically a mini-boss for training purposes. In theory, I might bump them a little bit more to just make it a basic failure where they are droopy. They got a success where they are droopy in this situation. You have hit them with the sleep.
Yeah, I would
Artie has
have
also
casted
been
sleep
slept.
if I had known that, though.
I'm also... Oh, sorry.
It's okay. We're kind of... This is a little bit more ad-lib than it was supposed to be, because I drew the border a little bit too big. It was supposed to be a showy thing, not a attack you thing.
We roll with it.
We roll
with
it.
Reuven,
Okay, well,
Reuven
I
falls.
put for Artomis to sleep.
All right.
Why am I so tired?
Reuven falls to a knee as well, barely maintaining consciousness. But it seems as if everything is paused for the moment, including the raid wide.
Up to Saphira. That was all 3 of my actions.
Saphira?
Oh, that was. Oh boy. Did not expect to turn this into a fight today, but okay.
Well, that makes two of us.
I had to use 2 actions to get up here. Then I'm just gonna use my horns. Nothing too spicy.
Alright. That will not hit.
Ah, darn. Well, that's all I can do.
Alright. Professor, the attack has, for the moment, seems to have been paused, as well as everyone up there is kind of sleepy right now. This was supposed to be a tutorial. This was not a tutorial. This went
Ask
off the
the
rails
GM.
very quick. Ugh. Yeah. At this moment, you feel as if maybe it's best to talk about things real quick before things continue to get out of hand. Or you could just go in. It doesn't matter. You guys have some stress you need to get out.
Fuck. Volna? At this point? No.
I'm so sorry, Reuben.
The professor is rushing up, and is there an action to try to shake someone awake?
Yes?
Yeah. It's just an interact action.
Yeah, the professor is going to grab Artemis with his 2 stone hands and just... Captain, wake up!
Roll a d20 on a 5 or greater, you wake them up.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Volna?
Hi!
God damn it! Go for it!
I'm angry!
Alright.
Stand by, please. I'm also fast!
Go, speedy speed boy.
It's speed! Summertime!
Alright, hammer. Hammer!
Fuck!
Alright, that'll hit.
I'm not sorry!
Jesus!
Oh my god!
Reuben gets hit by the hammer!
You're gonna break his damn goggles! Jesus, Volna!
Oh, I assure you the goggles are tougher than that.
Alright, do you have another action?
No, rage was 1 action, sudden charge was 2 actions.
Hey, Volna!
My turn's done.
Wait, Volna.
Yeah?
Apply the sniper duo bonus because you fucking landed.
You would get that bonus, not me.
I'm so happy you landed that, thank you.
Okay, Ember, your turn.
Ember, per usual, spends the first combat turn summoning Blaze. It takes me an entire turn to do that.
I think it says in the giant block of text they can take a 1 action thing, though.
I can, but it does take my whole turn to do that.
No, I mean, after summoning the summoned thing, yeah. Just wanted to make sure you
Yeah,
remember.
so he will get to move.
'Cause I forgot often.
Also, Blaze specifically will shout at the party. I need the draw tool.
I will have, if you're going to shout at the party, Reuven and Artie to roll a d20 to see if they get woken up by your shout.
No, I'm pretty sure they just wake up, period, and under the description for the unconscious condition.
Pretty sure would I wake up from getting smacked in the head by a freaking hammer?
Yes,
think you
that
would.
also
Probably.
Yeah,
that also instantly wakes you up, which is why you did not need to alter the result of that DC.
Yeah. So just yelling at you. I drew a square on the ground, but, like, Blaze is telling you to get the fuck out of the way. Cause, Ember, both of them have a bone to pick, and, yeah, no?
Okay. You've given everyone a heads up to avoid that square.
Okay, so
Well, more specifically, it's of the party, please get away from like a 20-foot. It's a 20-foot burst. Please don't
I will also
anywhere
say,
near that.
Bryce,
I
if
think
you
the
want...
Nine Tails understand your language.
Yes. Also, Bryce, if at any point you need Eclipse to step in, you were more than welcome to bring them in to stop this.
I mean, I could, but I'm gonna do something else. I have an idea of how I'm gonna handle this. So, here's the thing. Raven's awake now. So, isn't now his turn?
It is your turn, Reuben.
So, as Ember and everyone else is able to put together, the entire right side of the arena suddenly combusts into flames.
Okay.
Artemis specifically can feel as those flames were basically almost along their arm.
Ember, you are eating those flames?
I am eating that. I get resistance 5 plus my natural resistance to whatever. I believe resistance is stack, or do I just take the biggest one?
They do not.
Okay, so I still get fire resistance 5 to whatever's about to happen.
Yeah,
like I said in the private chat, Ember is probably being a little overconfident here, but that's in character.
That's 29 fire damage.
Well, I take... Hang on.
Should be 5 less per dice.
Oh, it's per dice?
Per dice?
Yeah. That's why,
You take nothing!
You didn't roll
they
any
should still
sixes.
take.
No.
If there's no sixes,
there
then
was
yeah.
there was 1 6.
There was 1 6, you take 1
There
point
was
of
1
damage.
6.
Yeah, okay, so I fucking eat the thing. I eat the thing and get, like, basically a scrape.
Can't.
You accidentally burned your tongue a little.
I didn't realize resistance was per dice.
I
That's
didn't
kind
know
of
that.
disgusting.
Note to
I
self.
did not know that. That
Note
is
to self, make bigger dice.
Yeah, that is kind of why, even right now, having weaknesses equal to half our level is kind of a lot, because if somebody rolls a lot of die, we still take a lot of extra +1 damage.
But even so, Raven is gonna basically just do a... Wait, can I move, please? Thank you. Just gonna shift over here. And with the area effect gone...
Response? Reaction?
You have a reaction, yes.
Let me rephrase that then. Actually, is there a disengage or no?
No. There's
No,
no
there's
rate
not
attacks of Nobody gets attack of opportunity for free, but people get feats that can do stuff like this.
Like no escape.
Oh, and attack of opportunity is there.
I was... Okay.
Oh yeah, the one person that gets it, the fighter.
Are you using it is the question, Artie.
Are you awake, Artie?
I mean, yeah.
I'm awake, but I'm prone.
Alright, make an attack from prone? I forget what the debuff is on that.
It's
It should
automatically
automatically
calculated.
apply it.
That will hit.
That'll hit.
Alright,
Understood.
you get your attack in. Reuven, you have moved. You have 2 more actions.
I did. And he'll take the time to say... He pauses a moment to think before it's like... That was an accident? You can stop now.
Does the party stop combat? Do you guys stop
I'm
at this
readying.
point?
I'm readying a thing, and I want to say, like, I register that he has said that, but I'm still gonna throw the fireball. Also, just because I want to show that I can and what it does.
I'm getting ready to cast another sleep spell on these poor people. My god. I need to stop my party.
Is anyone else planning on stopping?
Oh, the professor has stopped. His goal was to make sure that Artemis was awake.
Okay. So, Artie, Saphira, Volna, are either of you stopping?
Artie would probably prop himself up on his sword at this point and just look at him and be like, well, don't attack us if you're not expecting to get attacked yourself.
So Saphira
It was an accident.
down.
I mean, we get an accident, but that still scared me, so pardon me for having a natural reaction.
I did try to stop them, Toby says from the distance.
Volna's just chuckling menacingly.
Oh no.
Man,
Does somebody have the spray bottle?
Am I gonna have to... Like, Raven does stop and just look back to Volna. She's like... I'm gonna have to deal with that one, am I?
It might be a good idea to do another thing at this situation if this Tinkaton looks like it's about to beat you up.
Right. So here's the...
Hold on, wait. I didn't say I was actually. I was actually attacking. I didn't say I was actually attacking. I'm just. Volna's just chuckling menacingly because rage is still active.
Volna, please don't!
Do you... Volna, I want you to roll an intimidation check. Your goal is to get low on this. How low can you not intimidate?
9. That's a 9.
Oh my god, you don't look that menacing being a tiny little Tinkaton with a big hammer. You're just... It definitely seems more like the adrenaline rather than the bloodlust. Viewer cam is a bit off. Let me fix that. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay, Reuven, they don't look as aggro as you thought they were a second ago.
Okay. You're not attacking. You're not attacking. So... as that happens, there is a small wave of energy that just kind of comes across the room. Specifically from this one. They seem to have pulled out a flute and played a note. A few notes. Brief, simple, effective. Nothing too harmful, quite the opposite, in fact. As... I mean, yeah, I'm also gonna say that Ember can still throw the fireball if they want to, but... For everybody else, you can...
It's okay. Everybody else back down, and I should. I'm a summoner. I take one turn to get into the combat is my penalty for getting to do shit.
You have barrels you can throw it at.
Yeah, I mean, you could just have Blaze be manifested whenever you want before combat.
Yep.
Yeah, but in character I didn't, though. This was a surprise. I'm rolling with the rules, damn it!
I should also point out, Volna's not, like, actively hostile, but they haven't backed down either.
Alright, Reuven, what do you do at this moment?
So, Raven's looking over to everybody else in the room, and just... They don't move anymore, because they know that this one is going to probably follow, and it's like... Can you please put the hammer down?
Why should I?
Because there's not a battle to be fought.
Could have fooled me.
I did ask you guys to move because I made an accident. This is the first time I got to do anything today aside from teach people how to punch. That was my bad. I apologize, and if you need to hear it, I concede.
Okay.
All right. Initiative is no longer active. You are now free to move and discuss.
Okay.
Ember, you feel the overwhelming urge to throw a fireball. I will let you throw a fireball if you can. If you fail at a will save. Let me see what your will is real quick.
Lots.
How much resistance do you have to wanting to throw a fireball right now?
Absolutely. I want to throw the fireball.
Your DC is a 19. If you beat it, you can resist the urge. If you fail it, you're throwing a fireball somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Have to be where anyone
that's
was.
a will save?
It's a will save. You have to beat a 19 to not throw a fireball.
That is the wrong tool. Give me a second.
If you put the spell in the chat, it'll give you a little prompt to choose the blast zone.
Yep.
Not Ferris's Bidoof coming up, by the way.
Yup. You resist the urge handily. Your self-control shining in this moment. But you can still elect to if you want.
I kind of want to, just to be like, don't make the sad boy angry. I've been fucking holding back. And here's how. So, Blaze, which is normally like Spirit Ball of Fire, just like rears up or was reared up. Like, he was doing the big wind up. This is my big thing. I can do it like once per combat, but this is my mini nuke. Here you go. I'm gonna put what it is and roll the damage. It's a lot of fucking damage.
It's obviously not going to be on any of the players or NPCs in this moment.
I don't So, Side, you can tell me, what does it mean when it says creatures in a 20-foot burst within 60 feet? That's two different ranges. I don't understand.
It's a 20-foot explosion in any space within 60 feet.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, well, I'm gonna put it in the corner.
So you could put it 60 feet away from you, and then from that point, that's where the burst goes.
Let me roll damage for the... Hang on.
We'll ad-lib this right now because you're out of combat, just kind of like...
Like, you see where I'm measuring? That's how far it could go. And then it bursts from that square.
Okay. Well, it's from Blaze.
Okay.
So...
Yeah.
We've had a bit of a hard day, sir. Sorry.
Why didn't... Okay, well, it says that it's 1d6 damage now. Mm-hmm. It used to say 8d6, and I don't know what the debuff is that's making it 1d6 now.
It's a d6 for every 2 levels you got.
Huh.
Where did that token?
Oh,
so
whatever.
It's a d6.
Fine.
Hey, Abby.
Yes?
Where did Eclipse's token go?
I have no idea where Eclipse's token go. I'm gonna drag him back into the ring. There they are.
Cool. So, the note that they did was simply to do this. Not just for one, but for everyone. Simply a reset button, if you will.
Huh, no need to waste the healing pulse then. Got it.
As you see, whatever injuries Reuven sustained are just basically gone. And for Ember and those who used actual resources, it felt as though that was effortless. And you could do it again whenever you wanted to.
Fun.
So, Raven would take a breath before looking to Artemis. Seeing as you're the one who's in charge of this outfit, let me apologize. I haven't had a proper chance to, warm up, as it were. Majority of the day has been people that have seen this place simply came into... They wanted to come into the training dojo and say that they knew how to fight. If they didn't know how to fight, some of them even came requesting assistance, but majority of my day has been teaching people how to punch things rather than actually training. So when I saw you guys, I got a little bit excited and
At that, Artie's just gonna kind of chuckle a little bit and actually stretch out his paw. Well, I think we've proved we can actually really fight, though, don't you think?
Oh, easily. And Raven would take the paw and just shake it. But let's try this one more time. My name is Raven. I'm an explorer from a ways off, but I came here at behest of the mayor requesting assistance on teaching people how to be prepared for whatever may come in the future. To that degree, I'm also here to teach those who already know how to fight to get better.
Well, you may have a few of us, if not all of us, interested on that, I'm sure.
Yeah. That said, do you see that wooden line around the perimeter of the arena?
Yes.
That's how far the attack was supposed to go.
I see.
So,
in any case, we're all fine. It was a mistake.
genuine accident. But I digress. I suppose this is a teaching moment in its own right, too. Though... what you saw there was something that is considered controlling the environment to the benefit of myself. In this case, it came off as a...
Pardon me, sorry, I wanted to interject, but I feel bad now.
By all means, proceed.
I wanted to say in character, that's kind of like what the professor's doing with their aura, isn't it?
Precise? I imagine so, but I can't say yes or no unless I see it. But needless to say, what I saw... I suppose so, then. Impressive.
You tap into your kinetic gate to make elements flow around you. Your kinetic aura activates, and as part of this action, you can use a one-action elemental blast or one-action stance impulse. Your kinetic aura automatically deactivates if you are knocked out. Basically, just giving a quick readout for the podcast version of this.
Understood.
Yep.
But what I am here to teach, what I can teach you guys now are a bit more about what I just did, because let me tell you, you'll find your foes in the field able to do similar things every now and then. Not your general mooks, but usually the ones that have a bit more power to them.
In other words, just be a bit more careful if we see anything that could potentially be a widespread attack.
Precisely. But to further elaborate what I just did, I suppose that would be the first lesson. What you just witnessed is something that's generally referred to as an area of denial tactic. Take it as part of the battlefield and make it dangerous to the point where someone cannot be in that area upon the tactic resolving. excuse me, I don't know their name. If your Typhlosion friend wasn't, well, capable, they would have taken a significantly more amount of damage, but they seem to have, basked in it.
He just looks very smug.
I'll keep that in mind for the next one. Usually speaking, when it comes to area of denial tactics, there's always a safe place that you can go somewhere. In this case, to the other half of the arena. I would imagine some of you are less inclined to be hit by such an attack. Now, what about something you cannot dodge so easily? If you are willing, I can teach. But only if you're willing. I'm not going to try and spring any more accidental surprises towards you. Besides, what I did earlier was supposed to be just a demonstration, not a call to combat. Though, you seem a lot more relaxed now than when you walked in, so I'll call that a win.
Always ready for a fight. That's how most of us are, at least.
At this point, it may be a good idea to, if you're willing to accept this training, stand around the Nine Tails in the middle, as if you were in the middle of a combat situation, in preparation for what is to come.
I hate tools.
You can also press Control Z
Paris.
to undo.
I mean, I don't even know how to do that yet, but I would like to learn sooner and later.
Okay.
I can show you how to write out the macros if you want later.
Later. It'll help for next time I do this.
Yep. This may be a good idea to get macros written out for this so we can copy-paste them onto future bosses.
Mm-hmm.
But would you like to demonstrate the first of things that they may see in upcoming battles?
Sure thing. So, you've already seen area denial. Generally put, a position in the field is dangerous, don't be there. Now, here's something you can't exactly dodge. And with that, Reven's gonna look around and instantly ask the question. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. You know what? You look like you've had some experience under your belt.
Eh? Me?
I dare say a bit more than others.
Well, I might have had some pretty good teachers, my parents.
Let's see. I'm going to write this in.
Volna has activated Rage in a play rage, I guess we could say, in this situation. Oh, I'm so mad.
You said to get ready like it was in combat. I'm getting ready like it's in combat.
Bear in mind, I'm not going to at least engage against you. This is clearly to teach, and my friend Eclipse over there will keep you all healthy. But this will do some damage. So brace yourself. What you're about to see here is something known as Gather and Endure. What does that mean? Well, simple. Your friend... Actually, to the snowshoe, what is your name?
Tapta Melki.
Tapta. Got it. Now, let's say I use this. And you guys will see around Tapta the area around them seems to be filling with some sort of mystic energy. It looks like fire, but it also looks like it's mixed in with something far more ethereal. Not necessarily typed. In fact, it would be more accurate to say that it looks menacing to a degree. What you see there is an attack that is dedicated to hit your friend. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's gonna hurt a lot. Unless you want to help them. Best way to help them out? Exactly as I said earlier. Gather around and take the damage as a team, rather than let them take it individually. So, I recommend you do that now.
You feel as if, within the next 6 seconds, that attack will strike Toby. If you gather around, each person will share the damage with them. So. Is it void damage? No, it is typeless damage.
I'm gonna say
It's typeless.
Motherfucker, I can't escape raids this week!
Alright.
Nope.
Volna, Professor. I am learning raid mechanics against my will.
Help!
Kane, welcome to my every Thursday!
I'm being Final Fantasy 14.
We are indicting you into the ways of Final Fantasy 14, whether you like it or not.
Hello, I am a raider on Thursdays. Welcome to my every Thursday, you son of a bitch!
Okay, so that would do 23 damage divided amongst 7 targets. So that would do 3 damage rounding down to everybody.
Yep.
Just about, yeah, 3 damage.
A very negligible hit comparatively to the 23 that Tabletop would have taken.
And of course, Ember takes 6 because he's taking 2 shares.
Huh, weird.
That is true.
Wait.
Because you rolled -3.
Oh, right.
I think if you roll
I
3
wonder.
and then we do damage, it'll work.
I wonder if the -3, if you hit the heal button, it'll heal you -3.
I'm curious now.
It does. It 100% does.
Strange,
Amazing.
but good coding.
Alright, that was the first. That was the second mechanic. Would you like to show them the third mechanic?
Certainly. Any questions about that before we proceed?
Nope.
I think I kinda get it.
Okay.
The blow is being spread out between multiple people rather than a single person.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. Now, for the next one. You have a decent idea as to what happens when it's a gather and endure. Let's see.
Real quick thing for Ember's notes. You just take the worst of the damage between you and the Eidolon. You don't take both hits.
Yeah.
Are you 100% sure for AoEs?
Yes, we looked
Yes.
this
Okay.
up.
We just went over this
So
in
you
the
having
canines.
Ember and you take it reduces the damage.
So you only take 3 damage, not 3 damage twice.
Yep.
Alright, cool.
Uh-huh.
But it still reduces it for everyone else that's in the AoE.
Because there's another creature in there.
Yep.
That's why crafting custom stuff is very complicated.
Loopholes!
Indeedly so.
Question, because technically speaking, I believe the Professor and Topta are familiars on us as well.
If they are not, it depends on how active they are in combat. If they are actively contributing and you are actively having them participate, then they can soak damage as well, but their HP pools will need to be considered as well, so I don't know how well you have those characters built out. If you have them fully built out, then we can have them included as part of combat.
They're familiars.
Alright.
They're already built out.
Okay, then they can soak damage, but that means that they will have to soak damage. So
Yeah, that's the part I'm not super into, actually.
It'd be easier to make sure that it's probably just keeping it to the party.
it would probably
Yeah.
be
Sure.
easier. Yes. Unfortunately, Ember will have to bring Blaze in, so it'll probably be easier to just omit them for the time being and say that them being on you is sort of like a summon in 14 where they don't have damage or HP or anything like that. They're just, you know, they're
we
just
we
there
could say
with you.
they're like an equipment. That was something I was gonna make for the homebrew. Is say looplets, bracelets that Pokemon wear count as familiars, because a Pokemon having a pet Pokemon is kind of weird.
Yeah, no, this is familiars, and like, yeah, if they're not being active in combat, like Ember is on that degree, like, and Blaze is on that degree, then we can omit them from being participants in this combat completely. Like, they're there, they're doing their function as a familiar, but they're not taking damage.
Understandable.
Because there are certain mechanics where you might not want them to be a participant in. Anyway, what's next, Bryce?
Not a problem. So, Riven would sit down a moment and let their tails sway behind them before they speak. Let's see, what else? Oh, yes. Oh. Apologies in advance if this may seem a bit rude. The next mechanic is going to be the exact opposite of what I just showed you earlier. And as they say that, the six of the tails behind them would suddenly ignite before, in a wave just getting sent towards the entire party, each person getting hit with one. That didn't hurt. No damage whatsoever. Though you can feel yourself heating up to a fever pitch. Each and every single one of you. This, Riven begins speaking, is a targeted AoE. Though it doesn't usually get referred to as a targeted AoE, it's more referred to as a spreading tactic. In other words, you don't want to be next to each other when this thing goes off.
Alright, so basically everyone's spread out to a spot where you are separate from others, and that way the damage multiplier does not hit, because that damage multiplier is additive. If 3 people are standing next to each other, that's 2 instances of 3d6 additive on top of one another. So you quickly go from a 1d6 to a 7d6.
Uh-huh.
Not my brain immediately going star positions, everybody.
But Riven would just stay put for the time being and watch as everybody moves around. And just to make sure, how big is this 10 feet again? Just one
Everyone's
space
within.
around
Yeah, it's 2 blocks, so everyone is 10 feet away from one another.
Excellent.
So everyone would roll 1d6, 4 damage.
Is it fire damage? Can I do the thing again?
It is
I think
typeless.
this is also
This is
typeless.
all of this is typeless from here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're
I'm,
trying to.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ember, but considering, like Riven said it when you absorbed the area denial, I'll keep that in mind going forward.
Yep.
They adapted. It would have been fire,
Rude.
but they adapted. Rude.
I will say they are in pretty good positions for the next mechanic, though.
Ooh. You're not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But as Riven watches as the flame-like damage goes off, hitting each and every single person, and Eclipse on the side just gently played a tune, and the damage was gone, healed, recovered, ensuring that the party does not take any further damage than they already have, or rather, any damage at all. And thus, the fox would look between the group and just say, "All right, So, y'all did pretty good. Let's see. Hey. Alright, cool. Y'all did pretty good. Now, any complaints? Any questions?
Nope. Not for me, anyways.
Anybody else?
I think I'm good.
Not in character.
Understood. I will warn you now that sometimes these things can come out as typed. Someone infusing their element to it. The reason why I'm not is because I don't want to feed your friend any further.
Blaze, we will
Oh,
depending
but
on the
I'm
mechanic,
hungry.
we will adjust the mechanic whether or not we want to count Blaze in for this or not. We will probably, since Blaze and Ember just take the damage, we'll probably just have it be the 6 of you.
Understandable.
Since they share.
Though this next one, the Fox would reposition themselves closer to the middle of the arena before. Using this.
So I'm going to fix these cones, don't worry.
Go for it.
Yeah, but just for now, don't worry about it. I'll fix these cones when it decides that it wants to, play nice. Because unfortunately, I can't just set it to make it so, like, each cone is a 90-degree cone as it comes out. So, I'm very quickly drawing up some cones.
Yeah, that's one of the things where having a macro would help you a lot, because you can just plop it down as 30-degree cones.
Yep.
I don't think different degree cones exist in this system. It's just cones, period.
Yeah, but
that might be why.
Yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, this is one of those things that I wish I had a better utility on, but that's fine. This is one of those things where, like, yeah, this is a cool mechanic, but we also need to make this a macro so it actually, like, is easier to deal with. But you see,
I don't even know if I can make one.
Yeah, you see these lines coming out about 30 feet in length towards each of the players, even overlapping at points when there's multiple players in the same position. Might be a good idea to dodge those. You have a moment to do so.
The professor is thankfully not in range.
The attack resolves, nobody gets hit.
So they don't follow us, they
are static
cones that
cones
stay there.
Yep, they are static cones that will be on the ground. These cones do not track, unlike the previous AoEs. Oh, Bryce's power flickered, so I'll be taking over from here. Till they get back. So.
Oh, good.
The Nine Tails looks to you all and nods. Wonderful, wonderful. You, little Tinkaton, how well can you take a punch?
Yes.
Good. The tails behind the Nine Tails start to get ready and glow as you see you suddenly have a red marker around you. You are going to take a major hit of 8d6 damage, and it will automatically succeed. This will resolve at the beginning of the boss's next turn. If the player takes a defensive action, such as shielding or fortifying themselves in any way, the damage will be mitigated 50%. This damage can be shared with personal shields, summons, or environmental objects.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
We're tank bustering them.
I see that.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get back on the recording. Actually, give me a minute.
So, Artie, you've stepped forward. Are you going to be assisting in mitigating this tactic?
Yeah, I'm gonna use my reaction to pull out my shield.
Alright, that is something valid you can do in Pathfinder. Alright, so the attack will resolve as a basic resolution. We'll do 8d6 damage. This will, on what it is, it will be reduced by half immediately because there's resolution, so there's 13 damage incoming. That can be shared with your shield, or in any other ways that you want. So, no, I mean, like, the 13 points of damage would only go to, like, it would not be split amongst you both. It would be, you would have 13 points of damage, like, both of you take half. So you would take half damage on the half damage already here, which I think I have to do the math on top of doing the math on. So, it's, basically you would both take 7 damage.
Sounds like it would be a lot easier to just do a basic saving throw.
Yeah, but this is meant to, this is a tactic that will evolve in the future because at some points tank busters will become areas around the tank that must be avoided as well.
Tank cleaves!
Yep. But we're getting the basic idea of what a tank buster is here now. Because this will...
Yeah, Just remember, in Pathfinder, mid-combat healing is not good. Just be a little careful when crafting those numbers of dice.
Yep.
Oh, naturally.
That's why we're going to be very careful about how we deal damage to you guys. But also make sure it's an interesting and fun mechanic.
Mm-hmm. That was a factored thing for the future to make sure that we are cautious of, and I have to find...
Oh, Twitch blipped for a moment. 1 second. Are we back up on Twitch?
Yeah, you're good. It was a minor blip. You're good. We only lost like a few seconds.
We didn't drop any frames on my side, so that was a Twitch blip. Okay.
So, let's see. Dun, da, 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 da.
I believe there's one last thing.
Yep. So after that, Raven would look to the two of them and just like, y'all are okay, right?
Yep. Nothing but a thing.
Good. Just making sure. But, even then, Raven just looks over to his ally, and once more a note is played, and once more the group is topped off.
Once again, this is also a very experimental mechanic, so there are going to be changes to this to make this better for you guys. But we're also going to try to make it so if there is unavoidable damage, it's like 1 or 2 points of damage. It's going to be nothing that actually does any long-term inflictions, especially later in levels. It's more just making sure you're paying attention to the mechanics and respecting them.
Yep. Now,
once again, we are tweaking and balancing as we're going to try to implement a fun little... a system inside a system.
Let's see.
I believe we have the last one.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You all may want to gather around. It'll make what happens next a lot easier.
Slowly, the party can start to gather around the Nine Tails in the middle.
That is not what I want to do. There goes.
Ember, Blaze.
Ooh. Now we... Well, actually, this introduces an interesting dynamic, sure. So this is the last thing I have to teach you for now. For now, at least. I'm still cultivating a few more tricks up my sleeve, but... this is also something you're going to find quite commonly, especially for you, my hammer-wielding... What is your name? I would like to know y'all's names. I feel we're going to be working together quite a bit.
Player roll call in character?
Volna, nice to meet you.
A pleasure. I already got taught this. I think I only heard you referred to as Captain. He says, gesturing to Artemis.
The name's Artemis.
Gotcha. And everybody else?
The professor is going to extend one of his stony hands from his body again. Professor Ignatius Crust.
Professor Ignatius. Understood. And you two, he says, looking to the Typhlosion and then the Venipede.
Saphira Garnet Sky, youngest of this adventuring group.
Best to get started early, I suppose. And you. What's your name? He says, asking Ember.
Ember? We don't hear your mic at all.
Oh, I'm muted.
Oh my
sorry.
god.
sorry.
We went through almost the entire session.
Ember. I'm Ember.
Right, and you already know my name. And theirs. In time, you may find a few other friendly faces around here. Friends of mine, and or allies around town. But soon enough, this place will be up and running pretty smoothly. But before we get into goodbyes, there's one more thing I have to show you. Reuven would use the trick they used earlier, only this time it was focused on the wall. The ring that's around the arena.
You feel as if the ring around the arena explodes in a wall of fire. You see the ring now have a much more dangerous barrier around it.
So, this is going to work in two ways. That is, well, that's a wall of fire. And/or a wall of energy that can and will, upon touching it, render you unable to fight. So, if you ever see an enemy or a foe that decides to cut off all lines of escape and make sure you can't leave, you're going to want to take care of them before you try to leave. I know some of you may have a few tricks up your sleeve, but I mean, you're a guild. You and I both know it's best to resolve problems rather than let them fester.
I think for most of us, we'll all agree that sometimes there's no running from fights.
Agreed. That's that mentioned. You're gonna want to get a little bit closer to me because that is your motivation to avoid. And with that, you can see the fox basically just dig their claws to the ground as the tails begin to flare and flow about, and winds in the area suddenly pick up. You're inside, though. How does that work? I wouldn't worry about that detail too much, but what does matter is they're gathering energy. And if you feel as though the winds that have suddenly appeared are going to play a factor, I recommend you... Oh, go ahead.
This is a knockback mechanic. Get ready.
Wait. Oh, Lord. Is it actually...
What?
Is the arena, like, only 20 feet?
The arena is... They would
25.
actually... Like, they could take this mechanic and not actually get knocked back into the wall. But I think for the purposes of the tutorial, they're probably going to try to take it. They don't know that that's going to happen.
This is fair. But all they see is just winds gathering and preparing to just explode.
Yep. Professor's using the steady balance action. That is a valid way to prevent the knockback.
Ah, I see. Well played.
Hit the dirt will not apply to this. This doesn't count. Getting knocked back is not getting to hit the dirt.
I could use this and create a wall between myself and the wind.
You could.
And just hide behind it.
And that is 100% valid.
I will say, I think hit the dirt causes you to land prone, and if you're low to the ground like that, any kind of blast of wind would just kind of fly over you.
Yep, but you
gotta remember you go prone when you use that, which
I forgot about the prone thing. You're right. I can just hit the dirt and just get myself on the ground.
Saphira hit the dirt when they're already in the dirt. Do they just like spread out their little legs and go?
Don't worry about it.
I can't believe Saphira sploots.
she just loafs out.
A question.
Bug loaf.
It's about as confusing as trying to trip a plant, but it does happen in this system.
Yep.
A question. It's not. I don't think it's an action in Pathfinder, but could I just slam the head of my hammer into the ground and hold on to it?
Yes.
There's actually specific class feats for that.
Yeah,
that's something I can take, but don't have yet. It's actually at my level 4 selection.
That's why you don't want to let players get away with too much stuff, because then some other player is like, "Oh, I was gonna spend something to actually get that cool ability," and they just get it for free.
Yeah.
So someone just said the professor uses arm's length. I love that.
But
you could drop prone.
I would say as your 2 actions, remember, there is a medium, there is always a 2 action guaranteed knockback prevent. That would be your 2 actions of one action slamming the hammer down so it's firm in the ground, the other is gripping it tight and getting ready. Does that...
yeah, that's what I would do.
Okay, then that would be your 2 action knockback prevent. If you have another creative way to do it in 1 action, like grabbing a buddy's hand or some sort of feat that you have that you could roll against, you can try that, but the 2 action way of doing it is guaranteed if you don't want to risk it.
Yeah, I would probably do that 2 action then.
All right. How is everyone else? We've got Saphira hitting the dirt. Tabta is imposing earth. Perhaps is using steady balance. Artie and Ember, how are you preventing the knockback, or are you taking the knockback?
Ember is not built for this. Is there a way to do a reflex save instead? Like a normal reflex save?
You have the ability to do the 2 action guaranteed knockback prevention of just planting your feet and getting ready.
You can also just ride the knockback.
Yep, you can also just ride the knockback, which will only be 25 feet, so it won't actually hit you into anything.
I'm gonna ride the knockback.
Alright. GM Bryce, which direction is the knockback?
Oh, it's just 360 degrees from Reuven's position.
Ah, it's a radial.
Yes. And oh wow, that's actually right. That's perfect for Artemis.
Trust me, that's why I took it. As soon as I heard the distance, I was like, okay, I'm good.
So you just see Artemis get pushed to the side. But they stop.
Including everyone, including the little bug, just are stanced in place, and the Lucario in full plate armor flies back.
I'll just do this one as well.
Yeah, Ember would plant feet, and Blaze, who floats, by the way, has pretty much no choice, I think, but he can despawn for free. I just have to stop thinking about it because that's a me thing.
Yeah, otherwise they get sent to the wall too. Mm-hmm. But as everybody else stayed put, the fox will do one little thing of trickery. And shift themselves right over here. They basically just past Volna to go right about here. And
question.
Yes.
Is this a teleport or is this like actual movement?
The teleport comes later, but no, this is actual movement.
No escape.
All right, you keep
This is going to happen a lot.
Oh, this is fine. This is fine. This is perfectly fine.
Uh-huh.
But what happens is this is used once more. Only rather than it being a charge up or any of the sort, all that happens is the foxes flicks their tails. You can hear something of a snap from one of the tails as everyone is suddenly pulled the same distance towards where the fox moved, except Volna. They're already there.
This is a suck mechanic.
I can't.
Abby.
Oh, Lord.
Question. The professor still stanced up. Would he still be affected by this?
No, if you're still stanced up, you don't get moved.
Although Topta may end up getting pulled. Actually, no, the winds should still protect them, but they may get pulled into the wall.
Yep.
Yeah, but like at the same time, I just remembered that as the person that made the homebrew, Sandshrews can just roll out when I'm subjected to forced movement and just move wherever I want, equal to 5 feet every couple of things.
Well,
I should actually have that be an action in this coding. I'll fix that later.
Mine isn't even an action. It's just something I have as a passive feat.
Yeah, mine's also passive. We'll ignore it for now, though.
Ember, what do you do? You're getting pulled towards Reuben for 25 feet. Do you ride it, ride it over?
Can I just take it?
You can.
Yeah! It's not going to hurt you. And... oh, yeah. But yeah. After that, Reuben would look around and simply take a moment to think. I think that's all I got for you for now. I would do a whole comprehensive exam, but I have a feeling that you guys would want a bit more out of that than just run through everything again in various order.
For now, it feels like this is a good stopping point for this lesson on mechanics for any relevant fights in the near future.
Precisely.
Oh boy, foreshadowing by the DM.
As you complete this training exercise, you also feel as if something has snapped. And you feel as if your limits were once tangible, now may be broken. You're not exactly sure what that means, but next time you get into a major encounter, there may be a meter that is slowly building up as you damage, as you get damaged, and as you heal.
I'm going to fight you, Abby.
Once that meter is complete, one of the 6 of you may be able to activate it using 3 actions. And something might happen depending on which one of you does it. But that will happen when you do it. And that will get described when you do it.
I can't believe it.
That's your
I
reward
can't
for
believe
going,
it.
That's your reward for going through this. You've got your LB1.
I can't believe it.
I'm going to bite you, Abby.
But I will say, Reuben does stand up and just give a small stretch before stepping to the side and moving right about here. They're not running away. They're not fleeing. They're just moving.
I technically don't have that reaction at the moment, so that's fine.
Good. Okay. I'd say you all passed pretty well. How do you feel?
Not very different. How about the rest of you guys?
Yeah, overall, just paying attention to the battlefield, I think, is the biggest thing.
Indeed.
Congratulations and welcome to your new mechanics.
But I will warn you now. The tactics that I showed you today are in their most basic form. Next time you come here, if you want to take something of a more hands-on approach rather than a simple primer, we can do that. Although I will do my best to make sure I challenged a lot of you, so it may end up being less of a let's run through everything and see what happens and more of an actual combat scenario.
I think we were ready for that to begin with.
I know you were ready for that to begin with. But for now, there's more construction that needs to be done in building this place up to be that much more capable of teaching more things. Besides, what happens when you encounter an enemy that won't allow you to use some of your more special abilities? And all you have in front of you are just the two hands you've been given. For lack of better words.
We'll make it work.
Well, I know you will. You're not the one I'm worried about. But hey, I do want to say thank you for coming out. And thank you for not making today something a bit boring for me.
Yeah, hopefully the business picks up, huh?
Business picks up, and more people learn how to defend themselves.
If you're getting a raid. Thank you for the raid, guys. I should have disabled alerts, and I forgot to do that.
No worries. Now, actually, I'm gonna just roll this briefly. If you'll just excuse me.
I believe that is everything, Bryce, once you roll that.
Can I?
Oh,
there it is. I'm still learning some of the functions. So
what are you trying to do?
I was trying to roll the wisdom stat, but I digress. That'll do. But Eclipse would step up and look around before simply looking to Revan and saying, I believe that they have something they need to be doing very soon. We shouldn't hold them. Oh. Very well then. You guys go ahead and take care of what you gotta take care of. We'll be here.
Alright.
I know it's a lot for a lot of people to take in. The good thing is we'll try and make sure everything's pretty documented when these mechanics show up. They're very well telegraphed for you guys to avoid. I want this to be fun ways to make it so combat isn't just everyone stands around the boss and takes punches.
Yep. And if any of you want to, if have any questions, comments, concerns, and or would like to run through things again, let me know. I'm not too hard to find.
Will do.
Alright, at this, you walk out of the dojo feeling something has changed, something has grown, but you feel like your knowledge on combat has at least expanded a bit, and you know, it's a new day. It's a new paradigm. Will you be heading back to the guild house, or will you be heading to the market, or what?
I would like to head back to the guild house at this point.
Yeah, we don't exactly have spending money either.
Alright. Return back to the guild house.
Well, we have enough for like one person buying a magic item. It doesn't feel good for somebody to be taking all that much.
True.
Bryce, thank you for helping out with that tutorial.
Okay, I need to get this out of my system. Thanks, Uncle Ruru.
But yeah, we're hoping that this allows combat to be, for an extended boss fight, to be a little bit more involved. You know? That way you guys aren't just like, I'm in my spot, I'm casting spells. That's my day.
That's fair.
So
I think while on the way back to the guild house, the professor will look at Artemis and say, well, I think with how capable the combatants in the tribe are, that could be a nice method of cultural exchange. What do you think, Captain?
Huh, that's actually not a bad idea. I mean, if they're all about testing their strength and everything, that's a good place to test their mettle, for sure.
We will have to bring it up with Clarabelle, next time we see her. I almost said tonight at the party, but the professor doesn't know that.
yeah, you weren't there. Speaking of, are you doing anything to prepare for the party at the house?
Overall, I would say before the party, Artie would go up to Ember and just kinda casually stay by him and just be like, hey, you doing alright? You've been kinda off.
He is going to angrily be like, I'm fine. In that voice that's like, he's clearly not fine.
Moody teen.
It's alright if you don't want to talk about it, but I'm all yours if you do. We can go somewhere more private, or you don't have to do it at all.
He just sits there in basically silence, brewing. I would put his hood up, but like doing the token thing for that is annoying. Also, for the audience, I'm channeling Moody Teen, but this dude is 27 on the character sheet.
Let it be known, he's not a teen. He's just acting like one.
Artie will just give a nod and kind of prop his elbows on the table. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just don't be afraid to ask, alright? We're here for each other.
Yeah, whatever.
Alright. I trust your judgment, friend.
Ember, if I may say one comment real quick. I do greatly appreciate your assistance and skill with words during the negotiations.
Yeah, I gotta say, I was kind of afraid of even speaking up back in that room.
Me
You
too.
really helped out.
Don't thank me, thank the... And he waves at the... at nothing.
I thought you did really great back there, actually. You have a way with words.
He is gonna grumble. From his perspective, it was Blaze feeding him what to say, but like, sure, whatever.
I'm gonna roll some dice.
Concerned.
Don't worry about it.
Concerned.
Oh boy, that's a lovely question mark.
Okay.
The GM
You just-
privately rolled some dice.
Okay. Continue what you were doing.
I don't like that.
Knowing that the church crew and I recall we talked about this. They were probably gonna smoke the censer and stay away in a quieter part of the party. I'd probably like to set up some chairs in the garden for that.
Okay. So you're out there just kind of putting some chairs down, getting a nice little, like, gathering spot for the various people there.
We do also have that entire empty room just north of the forge.
You ever smoke incense indoors? It's a lot cooler to do it outside in the crisp night air. I imagine
prerogative,
getting
I
high
guess.
is not that different.
Side, I love you.
Just saying, it's the church incense. They're gonna get high.
Ah. All right. I'm gonna roll another die, and we're gonna see where it comes out.
I think at this point, like, with already trying to talk to Ember and having no budge, he would probably get up and, like, start preparing, like, some foodstuffs for the party and such, because people are gonna eat.
Yeah, you don't want the 2 messes from breakfast earlier in the kitchen alone, do you?
Stand aside, I got this.
I saw that, Abby.
Shush.
Nothing gets past my eyes.
I know, because moving tokens in this system is weird and archaic.
I mean, you could always delete the token and then spawn it back onto the place if you want to teleport them.
That you guys left the front door open and I didn't notice it until it was too late. Y'all are animals. Were you raised in a barn?
I was never raised in a house in character, by the way, so I wouldn't know to shut the fucking door, so you shut your mouth at me.
Alright. As you begin prepping, you eventually hear a knocking at the door. Who's gonna go answer it?
I'll get it!
It's Saphira. You run on over to the door. And you see, outside, it is Clarabelle, Marcus, and Jack, as well as the rest of the mayor's crew. Clarabelle seems to be having a good talk with Jack and Marcus about some various crops things, as the mayor is carrying a very large plate of cheeses and crackers.
Come in. Guys, the company's here.
Oh, hello,
Excellent. I will pour drinks.
Artie will just come over and take the platter away from the mayor so that way nothing bad happens with it.
Alright, I'm gonna have the mayor roll a reflex save because he's not
Oh
expecting that.
no! This is what I was trying to prevent!
He rolled a nat 20.
Hell yeah, never mind! He's golden!
Help.
The mayor, as if it's like that scene from the you know the first Spider-Man movie with Tobey Maguire?
I know what scene you're talking about!
Where he catches, like, the plate, and then all of the food stacks perfectly on itself, and he just hands it over to you.
Artie's just gonna blink in surprise and be like, I don't think I needed to be here, and just carry it away. He'll set it right on the table here.
Jack, Marcus, and Clarabelle are gonna walk over to the table as well before Jack sits himself at the head of the table. Marcus and Clarabelle standing around them. Clarabelle's quite pleased. You know what? These city slickers aren't too bad.
The wood.
I like the cowboy. He's neat.
Yeah, the architecture takes a while to get used to, but it is nice.
Good to see you're making friends.
They
Everything
start
all right,
together. Marcus will look over the table, like, down at you, like, everything okay down there?
Me? I'm
Yeah?
fine.
You're good?
Why wouldn't I be fine?
Alright. Alright, party music has begun playing. Hope you enjoy the Kirby OST, as whatever party sounds I could have gotten were slowly getting built
Artie!
out.
Artie!
Look at him go!
Look at him go!
Look at him go! I'm gonna roll a d20. We're gonna see
What in the rug?
which group of party guests arrive next. Oh boy. Artie, you hear another set of knocks at the door as... Hold up, I have to gather them over there. As you buzz your way over there... and you open the door to find...
Oh, hello
Abby,
there.
Tessa, Ronald, and the Geologist Guild, as well as Chai.
Come in.
They walk in one by one, slowly getting themselves sort of situated. Slowly,
It's only
kind of,
just begun.
Yeah. Ronald immediately notices the bookshelf and is like, "Ooh, what books did they stock here?" And immediately walks over, immediately interested in that investment. Chai, like begrudgingly, like coming along with. The Geologist Guild kind of just tags along with Ronald, and Abby looks on at you, rubbing her head a little bit. Hey, yeah, sorry about last night.
Oh, don't worry about it. You were perfectly fine.
I shouldn't get intoxicated around the new co-workers.
It looked like you needed to cut loose. I think everybody understands.
Yeah.
Anyway, cut loose tonight. Enjoy yourself. Tonight's meant for fun.
Yeah, well... Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, this is your place? I guess I should actually, like, get to say hi to everybody. I don't think I've really gotten an introduction to everybody besides, like, the formal introduction when y'all get off the boat.
Yeah, by all means, everybody's here, so...
Oh, yeah, did you talk to them about the tabletop thing?
Sadly, we hadn't had time.
Oh.
Yeah, I had fully meant to, but sadly there was a bit of an incident this morning, and we were kind of rushed into having breakfast at the tavern.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did somebody burn the water?
I don't think I trust two people in the kitchen.
How loud are you speaking, Artemis?
You guys are all the way over there. You don't hear me.
I was about to say, I swear
Jack
to God.
has taken out a deck of cards and has started dealing to anybody who wants to participate.
Gambling, I'm in.
But yeah, anyway, I fully mean to talk to them about it. I'm really excited to do it, but we just didn't have the time between everything this morning, and we got distracted on the way home.
Yep.
And yeah, you can tell he's like kind of flubbering his words a little bit, just like not really coming up with excuses, just struggling to say the truth.
Yep. Tessa will take a little glance over to Ember, giving a little bit of a sheepish wave, as if, I acknowledge you're here, but I don't know how to talk to you! Yay! Before just floating over with the Geologist Guild and the bookkeeper. Just like, I feel a little awkward being here, but I'm here! Yeah! This is great! Abby will kind of follow along and be like, alright, so who are your friends? Like, I don't really know them all that much besides their names. And obviously what they talked about today at the courtroom.
Yeah, overall, I feel like you should get to know them for themselves. It's hard to explain somebody's character just based off what you've seen, you know?
Alright, I just don't know if I should be, like, introduced, or, like, if I could just walk up and be like, hey, we're coworkers, also, hi. It's weird. I don't know.
I think you're fine. Just be yourself.
I will do my best to be myself, then.
You want help?
No, I'll figure it out. Yeah, it's just... I'll be fine. She's a little anxious, but she's kind of loosening up. She's not exactly built for parties. She'll specifically wave at Tolta. Like,
Aloha.
hi! How are you doing? You're the bookworm of the group, right?
Yo, that's correct, actually. I've been meaning to ask you. You handle the library over at the town hall, don't you?
More shy than anything else. I kind of just assist in that sometimes. They kind of have me on a jack-of-all-trades thing right now, kind of doing the city management alongside Aurora.
But the management is kind of the part that I'm curious about. I've been meaning to ask about getting something imported?
Oh, like through customs? Yeah, as long as it's not, like, fragile, perishable, or illegal, it should be fine.
It's books, actually. And Toby would kind of, like, close the book that he was reading, leaned up against the wall, and look up. Asking, well, I'm not quite sure exactly how best to word what I'm looking for, but it would be something from the grass continent. Anything from reports on sciences and experiments, magic, just about anything you have that you can get to me. I went to the library the other day, but what I was looking for wasn't quite there, or at least it was only partial.
I can see what I can do, but we might have to put in a special order with Grace.
That might be something I need to do, yeah.
Okay.
At any rate, actually, I've been meaning to ask as well.
Yes?
Toby kind of like looks up, takes off his glasses, puts them back on.
Do you have something going on with Artemis?
What? Everybody can hear her just be
The
like,
professor is immediately, like, his head whips around.
Are you talking about their friendship again?
Toby remains completely unfazed and closed eyes staring dead at you.
I'm gonna have her roll a will save. She takes a deep breath. You can hear Jack is about to bust out laughing at the other end of the table. Like, he is holding it in so hard as Abby's like, they're co-workers. I met him 3 days ago. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, it's because everybody thinks that you've got something going on, and not only that, but you got drunk with him the other day. Like, you can't help but...
I want you to know, having to work under Charles, I need any excuse I can to get out of there.
Alright, if you say so, I guess I won't argue any further. Although you might want to dispel some of these rumors before they get out of hand.
Real quick, like, as Jack laughs, the professor's going to try to stealthily use his kinesis to just accidentally tip over Jack's mug of hot cider into his lap.
Wow!
Jack will make a reflex save.
Meanwhile, Saphira is just laughing at Jack's attempts to not laugh because she thinks it's funny.
Oh, Jack's quick on the draw with a nat 20. Immediately, like, kicks his chair back and almost does a backflip off of it and be like, how the hell that happened?
Oh, meanwhile, Saphira is...
stable table.
Marcus, take a look at this table. Didn't you make the furniture here? Marcus kind of hand waves like, I didn't make it. I didn't make it.
Saphira's starstruck after seeing that.
Yeah, Toby was completely zero social tact whatsoever, blurred that out like the most natural thing ever.
Abby's going to take a moment and just quickly, nice talking to you, and quickly just hop into this chair, pull her hoodie over her face, and just be like, I need a moment. I need a moment. I need a moment.
Yeah,
anyway,
he does not understand. He does not understand what he did wrong. He was genuinely curious.
There's knocking at the door.
God bless it.
You see,
hello!
You see, the townsfolk start to be coming in, the ones that you invited specifically. Joan smiles and looks at you, dragging a finger along your cream-colored chest fur for a moment before walking in a bit more. She's got a cask under her arm, specifically a cask with 3 X's on it. I brought the party favors, though I do know Y'all may be inclined to not partake. I felt as if a little bit of our stock from the tavern may be useful for you all.
Oh, I'm sure we have a few who will enjoy.
Also, quick, I'm just adjusting Grace to be proper size. Grace will walk around you all and trudge in before her eyes lock on you, Tota. She cannot contain herself as she charges up to you, skidding on the floor to stop.
Hi, miss.
The large dragon is imposing and standing above you. So, I was told that, the scarf, I want to see your scarf. Can I see your scarf?
Toby is completely starstruck as he is now on the receiving end of someone with 0 social tact as well. And is like, yeah, sure. As he unveils it and shows that it's not actually just a regular scarf, it's actually a weapon.
Wow.
Hold up, I'll put the description in chat because I did edit it.
Joan will take a moment and kind of walk along to head on over to where the festivities are over by the table. Hello, boys and ladies and everything else in between. How are you all doing this evening? And the Dragonite is obviously like, oh wow, this is how was this made? Was this handmade or was this like a machine?
Yeah, my mother is quite the proficient gem cutter. It turns out sand/scales are not too dissimilar, it turns out. And she's quite skilled with her hands, and honestly, I'm kind of embarrassed to show somebody that it's not quite a fashion accessory.
He is very nervous and does not know how to react.
Well, would I be able to take a look at it? I'm learning how to knit myself, and I've been just making basic scarves, but I'm really curious about how this was made, and
Right, it would have to be quite the... I forget what she even used. Was it... I think she wove it using Panap berry leather. Panap berries that was boiled and then using the skin into long strands and then knitting it. It's quite the difficult process as far as I know. You wouldn't happen to have any textiles being run here in town, right?
Not really, no. We really just use whatever, like, cotton that grows out in the field to make textiles, but unfortunately the wool, the cotton, it is pretty much our only materials. Making leather out of panap berries. Huh.
It's actually something from the Mist Continent. My armor's made the same way. It's quite the resilient material, turns out.
That might be something we need to... I might need to go get a book for it.
You know, funnily enough, I did just put in an order for some books. Maybe we should ask Abby about that.
Okay. And then she'll immediately break conversation and run over in front of Abby and Artie. Hey.
Oh, hi!
I would like to order a book about making panap leather. Abby's just like, okay. This is fine. Y'all write it down.
Are you okay?
Your snowshoe friend needs to learn tact.
Sorry.
Toby slowly, like, slinks down against the wall next to Ember and goes,
Oh, she's pretty.
and sighs.
If you're doing
Make
that
of
in
that
character,
what you will, I'm slinking down
Ember
against
is
you.
literally just gonna snicker at you. Like you are gonna hear that.
Yes.
There's a knock at the door. Is anyone gonna get it?
It's
Well, I
a party.
am
The guests can
noticed.
come in.
Fine, I got it.
Yeah, and,
Well, I was gonna walk, but
everyone is occupied.
Everyone's at the table. You open
Come
the
in,
door.
come in.
It's the farmers. They walk in.
Welcome.
They quickly assess the smell and be like, you can see John the farmer. Is that apple cider? Oh, I haven't had a good cup of apple cider in a while.
Freshly made.
Oh, I'm gonna get me a glass. We'll head on
Allow
over.
me.
Enjoy yourself.
And the professor will once again just float cups out of the kitchen. One for everybody.
they're gonna figure out you're the one doing the shenanigans with the cups at some point if you keep doing that.
Hey, here's the thing. The cup tipped over.
I'm gonna have Jack roll a wisdom save. That's
I
gonna
have
be...
plausible deniability.
He rolled a nat 20 again. His eyes have been on you ever since then. He has not taken his focus off of you, Professor.
Oh,
It's very
no.
much like, mm-hmm. You can move cups, right?
Why, yes, but my focus has been on providing drinks to the partygoers.
Is there any way those powers could, slip?
I mean, were my concentration to be diverted, I suppose? Say, an inappropriate sudden noise?
I got my eye on you, boy. He
As
says
you
to
should,
the
being a man of the law.
He says to the guy twice his age.
I was about to say, like, God damn!
Certainly doesn't act like it.
Ugh.
And then, like, immediately after his comment of, you very well should be for a man of the law, turns to Joan and says, Now, Joan, how did you find the cider? I am sure it is a far cry from your own selection, but, there's nothing quite like the comfort of home.
I find that it is quite lovely. Have you sampled my beverage?
I have not had the pleasure yet.
She puts the casket down on the table.
No. Oh no.
Begins to pour a glass, handing it to you, Professor. Roll a fortitude save if you're going to drink it.
Alright.
You feel a light tingling, a buzz, but you're a pretty sturdy man. You can take it.
Ah, quite the delightful taste. It is much appreciated, Miss Joan.
Tessa will, just keep looking over now and then at, Ember, just trying to figure out how the hell to initiate conversation there. She's a bit lost in thought. Can I have everybody who's by the table on the right roll perception? That would be, Professor, Saphira, and, Volna.
Sure.
Okay, so Volna, Professor, Saphira, all of you notice, hey, that Wingle is just doing nothing but eating bread on the countertop over there. And there's no injury on its arm.
Hey!
Leclerc, is that you?
Bread?
It's not! We have an intruder!
I do apologize, but this is an invite-only occasion. Would you kindly leave?
Hear the Wingle scream out for a bit with a large, stack of bread in its mouth. Bread! Before immediately flying out the back door.
Bastard.
Yeah, no, you guys specifically said a wingle. You did not tell the mayor that his wing was injured, so the mayor just invited the first wingle he saw.
Oh my
Can't
god.
believe we've done
This guy is a fucking idiot. I hate this guy.
You've gotta be specific with this man. Fine. Bismuth, upon hearing that liquor has been broken out, the Geodude will float over to the table, be like, pour me a glass. And we'll take the drink from Joan, down it, not even do anything. Nothing. Perfectly fine.
I see that Geodude has sturdy.
Yeah, it does. While, everyone's sort of like continuing, the party is conversing, things are going along as they would. It's seemingly like everything seems to be pretty good. Clover has been kind of just sitting on her own. The mayor is talking to the farmers about how he expertly assisted in today's negotiations. The Geologist Guild and Abby and Tessa are just sort of like talking amongst one another. And of course, Jack and Marcus are enjoying poker with everyone around the table. You guys like to do anything here?
At this point, I think Artie would just be like keeping up with cleanup, making sure that like everybody's good. Just trying to be a good host at this point.
Jack will take a moment and look over. Joan, pour an extra drink. I think somebody at this table's earned it after what I heard. We'll look at Saphira. At this moment, you can see Abby's ears perk up.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
No!
What? She immediately phase changes from, like, the shy little wallflower she was to be like, what now? Jack's like, yes, you know? This little lady here put her life on the line for our town. I think she's deserved a drink.
Oh wait, we never told Jack how old Saphira was, I just realized!
Abby, being a little bit more innate, is like, you're gonna give you realize that she's a kid, right? Jack's like, yeah, well, my father gave me my first shot at 13. And you
Yeah, but I don't know if that's your choice to make.
Well, that's why I'm letting Saphira make the choice.
Are you?
If she wants to, she can. If not, she doesn't have to. At this point, you feel as if there's a tension between Abby and Jack growing. How do you guys resolve it?
Has Joan already poured the drink?
Getting popcorn.
Fuck up, aside!
Has Joan already poured the drink?
Joan is kind of in this weird middle position of, what am I gonna do here? I'm just gonna hold on a moment here while they kind of figure it out. Jack looks on.
She did go across the ocean by herself. That's pretty adult.
I mean,
I am not endorsing this, however.
I was about to say, if you endorse this, the rest of the party's probably gonna yell at you.
I would say we put a reservation on this for a future date, if you will.
All right.
There is a lot of pressure in a social situation that may cause trouble.
Oh no, I don't want to peer pressure the little thing. I'm just saying that they put their life on the line. They deserve to be treated with respect. And it was an honor and respect for my father to hand me my first drink. you know? And the air continues to grow more uneasy, more tense, as Abby's glaring is like, are you guys gonna say anything? She's very much just like,
say something.
Okay.
Volna's going to take their smith hammer off of their belt and hit it against the table twice.
Alright. You've gotten everyone's attention.
Jack, I understand where you're coming from. However, there are some lines that don't need to be crossed. This is one of those lines.
Alright. Alright. Nah, I understand. She's a youngin'. I understand. It was a mark of respect to the young lady. Nothing more.
You can offer respect in ways that do not draw the ire of everybody in this current household.
Alright. Didn't know. Did not know that's how you guys roll. That's fine. You feel sort of an ease slowly roll over everything. Slowly everything starts to relax a bit, as what feels like a very sticky situation was very avoided. Abby's going to just kind of slouch over and collapse back on the couch where she was. Jack's like, alright, who's in for the next game? Not paying it much mind.
Volna is going to step away from the party for a moment.
Alright. There's this uneasy air about everything, but it seems as if it is slowly dissipating. And Joan is a little bit like, okay, I'm gonna be a little bit more protective of the ale bottle from here. You know, just keeping it close to her right now. This is also a setting of the Wild West and late, mid-1800s. Just a reminder for everybody. So, I know modern sensibilities are here, but not all of the NPCs follow those. And I know this is a very awkward situation. Thank you for navigating it. Oh-ho.
I try my best.
Anyway, the mayor is going to continue to blab about how well today's negotiations went. Clover will just walk over, wave, say thank you with her little chalkboard. Say thank you with her little chalkboard to, everybody in the party. Just give a little, notice of thank you.
Oh, you're quite welcome.
The professor will, I know this might not work, but will sign "You're welcome."
She pauses for a moment and puts the board away before signing back. Sign?
And the professor will sign back, "Yes, I made these hands for more than just fighting."
She, with her, clawed appendages, signs out, a bit awkwardly, but makes it work. Thank you. It's nice to be able to speak to somebody without the whiteboard. Or without the chalkboard.
And the professor will sign back, "It's basic respect. If you ever need an interpreter, you know where to find me."
She gives a nod. And just, with her whiteboard, writes a big smiley face. Because, sadly, she has no mouth and she must smile.
Oh no.
Alright, did anyone have any interactions that they would like to do with the various party members? Uh-huh.
Hmm.
Doing okay over there, Volna?
Debating. Because,
We've got 5 minutes left. This would be a good time.
It would, but also, the only people that know what went down are the party.
You could pull Artie aside. The music is getting...
I don't know. Artie's breaking it down over here.
Breaking it down sweaty style.
I guess I could. Volna's...
Tessa will take this moment to join Artie in breaking it down.
She's a lot livelier than I expected.
Volna is going to step out of the forge, soaking wet, because, yes, obviously, if you know, you know.
It immediately stops the festivities as everyone looks over at you like, why are you wet?
I needed a moment.
Mm-hmm.
So I took a moment. Punching takes are great for more than just blades.
Alright.
Artie, can I speak with you for a moment?
Yeah, sure. What do you need, Volna?
If you could follow me to my room, please.
All right.
Ember is gonna tail the both of you. He is not happy because he doesn't know this is gonna be nice. He thinks you're gonna be accosting him again.
I'm getting music ready.
Okay.
In the back of Ember's head, Ember just hears, "I want you to hit me."
Oh, wrong music. There's the right music. There we go. Alright, go ahead.
So... I fucked up yesterday. I recognized that I fucked up yesterday. And I didn't want it to seem like it was just trying to appease with words. If that makes sense. So I made a thing. And Volna will hand Artemis a hammer with an inscription in steel language. And some other fancy designing.
Oh. Well, you really did not have to do anything for me. Sure, everybody has their differences, but that's why we work through them. You wanted to see something, and that was your way of seeing it, I guess. Everybody has their own way of doing things. I already forgave you in my mind this morning for it.
Well, I still feel awful about it. If Artemis reads the description on the hammer, it reads, "To conquering our demons."
As soon as Artie reads that, he's just gonna kind of grip the hilt of the hammer. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
For all of your talk of differences, you and I are much more similar than we may know currently. I'll put it that way.
Well, as time goes, I hope to learn more about you as I hope you want to learn more about me in that way.
Indeed.
Everything comes with time, but at the same time, I feel like us and our friends will get closer together the more we grow to know each other, because that'll give us more reason to defend each other, make sure everybody's alright.
Agreed. For actual, like out of character relevant things, the hammer that Volna handed you, is an earth shaker. Hold on, what is the name of this item?
Sounds correct.
Earthbreaker is an earthbreaker.
Okay, let me just find it real quick.
I think you'll like that one, actually.
Because of course, the hammer gremlin's gotta make you a hammer.
Oh, wow. It's a big one. Yeah, Artie's just gonna have that in both his arms, like, kinda just impressed that you made this in such quick time, even. Because this is just a full two-handed weapon, there's nothing short of it. It looks like it's in good shape, the inscriptions are really nice. So he's just gonna smile and just be like, Volna, you really did not have to go this far.
But I did for my own sake.
Well, in any case, I'll use it to the best of my abilities, and especially now that we know about altering the element of our weapons, like getting more weapons for more options, that's gonna be huge for me, I feel. Because sadly I have a bit of things that I don't like. I'm sure you do too.
Yeah.
But thanks for looking out for me, and it means a lot. Like I said earlier, we do have differences, but at the same time, our differences help make us stronger and help us learn.
Agreed.
Shall we get back to the party now?
Let's.
Artie will just give a smile as he turns towards the door.
Heck, a mean left hook, by the way.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
You don't need to apologize. I literally asked for it.
Walk out and head back to the party. For now, it seems as if the evening will continue on for a bit, but it seems as if this hammer has mended this friendship. And that is where we'll leave things for tonight. Yeah! So that was a hell of a session.
Yeah, what a ride this was.
Yeah.
God damn.
I gave you a hell of a lot of stuff to deal with. Colonialism. New philosophies versus old philosophies. Final Fantasy XIV raid mechanics. How are you all feeling?
Smiles.
Emotional for a lot of reasons.
In good ways for some.
Yeah, it... Woo! Woo, boy! I don't know why this last bit just hit, like, really hard, and I don't know why.
Aw. Y'all did wonderful today, I will say. How are you guys holding up?
About ready to get more traumatized in less than an hour.
Yeah, we've got kobolds soon, so we're gonna take a quick break, turn off the stream, and come back. We'll have kobolds. Almost. I believe we're gonna have a lot of kobolds, but we're gonna take a moment here just to go through the wonderful fan art that y'all have been posting.
I'm gone. This is gonna be a fun downtime. I'm just gonna say, you guys
have a party of downtime, so you can have a lot of fun here.
Yeah, we have a full party going on.
There's so much I want to ask Ember, but Ember clearly doesn't want to talk about it. There's so much I want to say.
Say so. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
I will do the character thing.
Yeah.
Since we are coming back to out of game, I feel appropriate in speaking up. I hope you all have fun with the Kobold game.
Ah, thank you.
Thank you.
Kobold game's gonna be a bit more chaotic thing, but we'll go through fan art. I made this piece. It was a summary of downtime.
I want to see this.
there's-
Hold on.
Abby
This
plastered,
one's great.
Abby plastered
can
after
see it in
one
stream.
drink. Sing for hero voice. Just thinking about characters and dragons at Lucario.
This is gonna be great.
They met a
Yeah,
fur-
rumors spread out like that.
They met a ferret at Ferret Dollar. Lamp oil, rope, explosives. You want it?
Hi, Morsu!
It's yours, my friend.
Hi, baby
Ferret
mama.
Dollar.
$1? Really?
We have the professor talking to Saphira about how things were back in the day and their times with their kids on the little platform that they have for friends.
I fits.
And of course, Ember the Edgeloaf. Just needing some downtime for themselves. Then we have our first piece from Mont. Important notes. This is literally what the mayor was scribbling out. The mayor on the left giving a band-aid to the people on the right. He's so good
But
at his
it's-
job.
Why does the mayor look like Monokuma?
Maybe that's what he thinks he is in his head.
God damn. I love this dude.
That wouldn't surprise me, honestly.
We have the professor proudly proclaiming that they are happily married. We have
Anyway.
Affy's drawing of how everybody feels about the mayor right now.
That's accurate.
And
But
again,
highly accurate.
Volna said, I wouldn't do that. I'm just like, oh, don't worry. Somebody just borrowed your hammer.
No, that was me saying that.
Oh, really?
I think Volna would.
Oh, Volna, never mind.
Volna
If
absolutely
Volna did
would.
not say that. Volna would absolutely be the one to take somebody's pickaxe and do more.
Yeah, Volna just walked up to Toby before anything was like, let me borrow this a second. Toby's just like, blah, and just Volna to dual-wielding pickaxe and hammer.
Yeah, that's fair.
Couple more pieces to throw on the current list as we go through. Ah, wonderful.
I didn't mean to turn it into applesauce. Leave me alone.
You're just enthusiastic about doing your job.
I mean,
But
I
it's
did not
like-
like me today.
That's amazing.
Yo, my title goes both ways. I either roll great or I roll like shit. Today was the day I roll like shit.
The crit queen is back at it again.
Crit Green
Dear Lord.
is covered in applesauce. Part 1 of the professor cooking. Part 2.
At least I didn't do this bad.
I'm going to give it to you. Actually, no, wait, Professor, you can voice this. It's just, blazing fire and then...
I think the professor has stepped away.
Understandable.
Yeah.
That's to be his actual family.
Ah, yes, the result of the last 2 images.
Stop!
Bone apple teeth.
I love that it's just
Oh, that's
the
amazing.
suspicious
Explosion.
food from Breath of the Wild and Tales of the King.
Why is it purple?
Dubious food.
Because it's
Dubious.
It do be dubious.
We have Ember telling the mayor down before making a really stupid comment. You can see
I feel like that was the entire room staring the mayor down before he made a stupid comment. Let's be fair.
Yeah, the entire room. We have from Martin, what inanimate objects everyone is.
Oh my god.
Why am I ketchup?
because Abby's the mustard.
Exactly.
Why? I don't have a bit of red on me.
It literally says ketchup because Abby would 100% be mustard.
At least you're not
Just let him be the
mayonnaise.
Miracle Whip for once.
Oh my god. Did it die?
You're good. Finally, we have Bryce, would you like to voice this one?
In our probably
They may not be here.
Oh, they might have stepped away. I might have made an error. Just a
No, I was just muted.
No, he's here. He's here.
Oh, all right.
I was here. I was just muted. Just like it's just like okay. Everybody's calling. I say, oh,
Ooh.
oh, I might have been there.
Don't hurt Uncle Ruru!
The
Don't hurt
terrible
him!
realization. Oh wait, I'm not in 5e anymore. Hold up.
I ran into a bunch of adventurers. What have I done?
Please be nice to Uncle Ruru. I will cry if anything happens to him. I'm too attached to it. Damn it, Bryce! I hate you!
I literally smacked Reuven for max damage with my hammer.
That's why I was worried!
No brain damage. I'm fine.
So, the library.
So, is Artemis your boyfriend or something?
What?
Tom, Toby!
Just taking the most direct, this is
Really
not
tough.
clear. I guess I'll just ask.
Yeah.
Like I said in Twitch chat, despite Tobta being a snow shrew, they have absolutely zero chill.
Oh,
In the best way.
His
You
dad is an
have-
Embor. It
You have
shows.
less tact than the fucking child, Toby!
Well, speaking of tact, Martin drew this.
Swag. Oh God.
Swaggy little Lucario. We have
He had two dads.
wonderful
Sploot.
doodle from Affy.
I need.
So tiny.
That needs to be even. I'm putting that on my fucking private server.
And finally, another interpretation of Topta. Just walking up to Abby. Married.
Marriage.
God. Finally, Topta. Thinking that the Dragonite
so
is very
pretty.
cute. Oh. Speaking of which, we have another drawing from Mont.
Look at those eyes!
Oh my God.
Oh, that's precious.
Amazing.
Oh, that's precious.
Oh, my heart.
God.
Oh, my heart is melting again.
I'm glad I'm not the only one getting shipped.
I think at least the party members saw this coming from the Dragonite asking to see Topta's scarf.
Oh, I saw it
Yeah.
coming immediately.
You know, it's funny because the first time we met her, I did as you were walking out of the post. I think it was the professor actually was walking out of the post office. I was like, huh, she's pretty. And then it devolved into.
I remember
She's
that.
pretty.
And that's gonna be it for fan art, I believe, unless someone's got something else hiding somewhere, but I think that's it.
Man, I can't believe there's another cute Dragonite.
Oh, man.
And it's all in relation to Side.
This is getting ridiculous.
Now there's
Now
two
there are
of
two of them.
Wow, Side said it. That means it's really true.
Wait a minute, that was confirmation.
That
That's right.
confirms it
You
from
just
the
confirmed your
source.
Someone clipped it. Clip,
I don't know about that.
please.
No,
Yeah.
you
Clip
did.
it. Clip it. Side
Yeah,
it.
it's Greg
ship it.
recording.
Out of
Made it
context.
cute.
Abby,
Clip it.
Abby, real
it.
quick.
Hold on.
Thank you,
Side has
Lars.
finally held up their end of the bargain. We get another rocket launcher.
Wait, what?
Yeah!
Oh
Hey,
shit!
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Who?
Right, that was something you said, is that we get another rocket launcher if I call myself cute on the air.
Oh my god, you do.
Oh my god.
And he did.
I'm being quoted out of
confused.
context, but Kane will use that to the full effect.
Yes. Yes, we
I am now.
absolutely will.
The problem
I'm now
is the rules of
exceedingly
those rocket
confused.
launchers means it only works in the Resident Evil area.
Fuck!
But you
You'll
have
hold
Hang
my
on a
handshake.
second, I'm going back downstairs. I'll be right back.
Make a
What's the
Kingdom Hearts
equivalent
flavored
to
rocket launcher?
What's the equivalent of a Kingdom Hearts rocket
I'm
launcher?
so confused now.
Technically, there is one with KH3 forms.
I was thinking.
You don't even have to go that far. There's a fucking beam cannon with Lingering Will.
I was thinking like the Ragnarok move.
Oh, Ragnarok, yes!
Ragnarok too.
I'm dying now, like of laughter, not of sadness.
But that's going to be it for us. We are going to stop for now, but do not worry. We are going to be back in about an hour to continue with the Kobold campaign, the K10 unit. But that'll be it for the Continent of Steel group. Thank you all for coming out and watching. It's always awesome stream with you all. And if you guys want to say goodbye, now's your time.
Goodbye. I'm gonna go back to killing DMs.
Yep. See y'all in
Thank
about...
you all so very much for the kind words you said for my narration. I really appreciate that.
See y'all
Pretty good.
See y'all in about 45 minutes to an hour to terrorize 10 kobolds. It's gonna be great.
Care.
All you kobolds.
And I get to watch. I
Yep,
get to
yep,
watch
yep.
the world burn. Have fun,
Yep,
K10
yep.
crew.
Yep.
Yep.